Good morning, you all. I welcome all the International Conference in Innovative Research in Science and Technology, ICRST-21, organized by Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP. This conference will offer researchers, delegates, and scholars an incredible chance to interact with each other and share the experience and knowledge of technology application.
Welcome to IFERP, a forum where innovations and research interest could be supported and developed, prioritizing our mutual interest. In this video, we want you to dive into our world, giving yourself a clear insight into IFERP. But first, who are we and what do we do? Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP for short, is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associations operating under the Techno-Elite Research and Development Association, TRADA, meant for research and development in the field of engineering, science and technology. We are one of the largest professional bodies for engineering professionals in India and across the globe, established in 2014. We extend to every part of the globe, with more than 28,000 professional members and 34,000 student members. Our growing membership at IFERP has led to an increase in members from Europe, Asia, Australia, Africa and the USA, fostering networking opportunities that strengthen ties within and across countries and technical communities. The mission of IFERP is to connect professionals as an integrated platform for growth to divert knowledge and skills towards the sustainable application of professional education and more. Our vision of innovation processes through our professional services and more has pushed us forward to our achievements today. To make our academic services reach the top and grassroots level of institutions, funding colleges to organize conferences and scientific events, enabling researchers incubated at different areas of our country to directly contribute towards the transformation of India. IFERP simply connects engineers, exchange global innovation, and acts as a bridge between researchers and academics by organizing international conferences, world conferences, faculty development programs, webinars, seminars, providing membership, and more. Some of our conferences include WCASET Malaysia, WCASET Jakarta, ICIRST-2021 APU Malaysia, and many more. We've also organised scientific events in association with renowned universities done in the past, with over 28,593 journal publication services, creating opportunities to get your research paper published in high impact factor journals such as Scopus Indexed, Web of Science, Google Scholar Index journals, ESCI, UGC approved, L.
About IFERP, Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associates meant for research development and promotion in the field of engineering technology. We are a platform to promote the advancement and dissemination of the knowledge of engineering and technology. IFERP is a professional associate and a forum where developers prioritizing our mutual interest. Our forums and associates constitute professional leaders and organizations, connecting each other with mission to work as wizard of science for defending the earth. I- IFERP provides a world-class platform for scientists, researchers, academicians, business figures by organizing conferences and publishing research articles. IFERP conferences bring together the professional wizards and leaders who have explored all venues of reinforce the field of applied science, engineering, and technology. The International Conference on Innovative Research in Science and Technology, ICRST 2021, is themed around the numerous outstanding results and new difficulties in the applied sciences, engineering, technology, as well as the management sectors. This event aims to draw together researchers from across the globe, promote innovation in science, engineering, technology, and provides global panel for the dissemination of primary study conclusion, new approaches, and developmental practices that focus on both principles and application. ICRST 2021 will offer participants to interact with industry experts on the recent challenges in scientific research and associate areas. Leading research will share their incredible research findings and tools that they use to achieve better results. This international conference on innovative research in science and technology is bound to generate a number of new ideas and experiences that participants, irrespective of who they are, experienced scientists, seasoned professionals, or young scholars at the early stage of their careers, can drive and make use of in some from of other towards the advancement of their careers. For those looking to spread awareness of their incredible research findings and other work, they will also have the chance to present their papers and articles. I would like to welcome all our honorable dignitaries. First, I would like to welcome our eminent keynote speaker, Professor IRTS Dr. Mohad Rizal Ashad, School of Electrical and Electronic Engineering, Campus, University St. Alicia. Second is Dr. Tamina Amal, Senior Lecturer Engineering, Electronics, Sensors and Data Analytics, University of Belfastshire, Luton, United Kingdom. Third is Dr. Shalis Iyer, Professor and Dean, C- CSE IT Department, Rhine University, and Ahmedabad, India. Next is Mr. Deepak Shirap Main, Senior Data Scientist, Enterprise Solution Architect, Tata Consultancy Services, Australia. Next, I would like to welcome our guest speaker, Samit Kumar Maitra, Lecturer, Electrical and Computer Engineering, Wakemo University, Hosanna, Ethiopia. Second is Dr. V. Vadhana Devi, Associate Professor and Head Department of Civil Engineering, KCG College of Technology, Chennai, India. Next, I would like to welcome our session chairs, Ayu Ravi Shankar, Professor, Civil Engineering, National Institute of Technology, Karnataka, India. Second, Professor Dr. Hav Engineer Jezri Shrimpmansky, Professor, Electrical Drives and Industrial Electron, Kazimierz Pulaski University of Technology and Humanities, Ramdom, Poland. Thank you for joining us even during this pandemic situation. and imparting their expertise with us. I would also take this opportunity to welcome all our presenters from across the world who has spread their valuable time in enlightening with us their latest research studies. I would like to welcome all the attendees in joining us today. On behalf of our dignitaries and participants, we are happy to release our International Conference on Innovative Research in Science and Technology ICRST 2021 proceeding book. I request everyone to please turn on your camera. I will take a picture. Okay, ready? And 1, 2, 3. Another one, say cheese. Okay, welcoming guest speakers. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. V. Badhana Devi, Associate Professor and Head Department of Civil Engineering, KCG College of Technology, Sensai, India, to deliver her welcome speech.
Good morning. Am I audible?
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning. Thank you, Jojo. A very good morning to one and all. On behalf of the Institute for Engineering Research and Publications, I extend my warm welcome to all the keynote speakers and session chairs from various parts of the world. It's my privilege to welcome the participants from all over the world who are here with us to share their experience and knowledge on the exciting field of applied sciences, engineering, technology, and management sectors and their real-time applications. This international conference aims to draw together researchers, specialists, designers, and students in all fields of engineering, applied sciences, management technology, and provides a global panel for the dissemination of research conclusions, new approaches, and developmental practices that focus on both principles and application. This international conference on innovative research in science and technology, ICIRST-2021, will focus on cutting-edge problems in the fields of civil construction, computer science and engineering, mechanics, electrical and electronics engineering, and many more. As a faculty of civil engineering in KCG College of Technology, Chennai, Tamil Nadu, India, I would like to emphasize few latest updates of construction industry. What happens when we bring together thousands of most forward-thinking professionals in the construction industry? Thanks to the organizing committee for this wonderful conference, ICIRST 2021, for making this happen. As you all know, The industry is crucial to society. I mean, the construction industry is crucial to society, the economy, and our environment. Hence, it is high time for a greater transformation in the construction industry. Coming on to the societal relevance, construction is one of the first businesses that humankind developed, and it continues to shape our daily life in unique ways. Virtually all other businesses rely on the construction industry to provide and maintain their accommodation, plants and infrastructure, and hence construction is a determinant of where and how almost every one of us live, work and play. Talking about the environmental relevance, as an environmentalist, the construction industry is the single largest global consumer of resources. I repeat, it is the single largest global consumer of resources and raw materials. It consumes about 50% of global steel production, and every year about 3 billion tons of raw materials are used to manufacture building products worldwide. Yes, what about the economic relevance? With total annual revenues of about $10 trillion and added value of $4 trillion, our construction industry accounts for about 6% of global GDP. More specifically, it accounts for about 5% of total GDP in developed countries, while in developing countries like India, it tends to account for more than 8% of GDP. This industry is expected to grow greatly in the coming years to estimated revenues of about $15 trillion by the year 2025. More than 100 million people are already employed today in construction industry worldwide. And all of us are in the era of digitalization. And so the development and deployment of digital technologies and processes is central to the required transformation of the construction industry. Innovations of this kind enable new functionalities along the entire value chain, from the early design phase to the very end of an asset's life cycle at the demolition phase. At first, the use of big data and analytics. Algorithms generate new insights from the huge data pools created both on construction projects, during the operation phase, and also during the final stage. The new methods of simulation and virtual reality (VR) help to identify interdependencies and clashes during the design and engineering stages in the construction industry. And this will enable a virtual experience of the building even during the early design phase. So, by exploiting mobile connectivity and augmented reality, companies like L&T and many more companies can engage in real-time communication and provide workers with additional on-site information. The new era in construction will bring great benefits to the society by reducing the construction cost and adverse social effects for the environment, by improving the efficient use of scarce materials, or we can even reduce the adverse environmental impact of buildings over time. And coming on to the economy, by narrowing the global infrastructure gap and boosting economic development in general. With this short note, I wish all the very best to the organizers, participants of the conference, and contributors of this international conference. It is my great pleasure to declare open the International Conference on Innovative Research in Science and Technology, ICIRST-2021. Stay safe, all of you, and save our Mother Earth. Jai Hind. Thank you. Over to Jojo.
Thank you, Dr. V. Vadhana Devi, for delivering the welcome speech.
Thank you.
Next, I would like to welcome Samit Kumar Maetra, Lecturer Electrical and Computer Engineering, Washimo University, Hosanna, Utopia, to deliver his welcome speech.
Thank you, Jojo. Are you getting me? Am I audible? Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, good morning to everybody. I would like to extend my warmest greetings to all of you, and also I'm very much thankful for being with us for this conference. Distinguished professors, keynote speakers, delegates, and students and research participants. This is the great chance to be together here in this conference, and it is such a great honor and very much nice opportunity for me to welcome all of you for this international conference in innovative research in Science and Technologies, ICIRST 2021. The host of this conference is IFERP, Institute for uh, Research Engineering Publications. So I would like to thankful for the host also for giving us such an opportunity for me to present this welcome speech. Myself, Sumit Kumar Metra, I'm working as a lecturer in Wachuma University, Ethiopia. My field is engineering, and I'm working here for last 7 years. So this is the great chance to meet here in such a reputed international conference. The objective of this conference is to bring together researchers, scientists, professors, and all the academicians together their innovative ideas, share their knowledge, and implement in the product designs, and also giving a great chance to share their new findings in the field of engineering, science, and technology. It includes all the fields: electrical, mechanical, computer engineering, applied science, and this conference will definitely boost us for great learning and will great knowledge about the engineering and technologies. It is a solid platform for all of us to get the new knowledge and also get the innovative idea about the research and technology in the field of science and technology. I would like to discuss about some insights of this IFERP, the host of this conference. They are the largest non-professional and non-profitable organizations in India, and they are working on the research and development in the field of engineering and technology. And they are doing lots of great things in the promoting the excellence in the research and technology in the field of science, and also they are giving a very nice environment and platform for the researchers, scientists to by using international conference, national conference, FDP, and seminar training and all extra. So they are doing very great job, and they are also leading publications where they are write a very high quality journals in the proceedings and the conference, and they are doing very great job. So I would like to appreciate their effort and their achievement. So because of their achievement and their efforts, we are here together, and they are conduct such a nice conference. I would like to give also a very my best wishes for the organizers, committees, contributors, participants, and we expect a very excellent paper presentation this conference. And also I would like to see all of you in a further succeeding session of this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Samit Kumar Mitra, for delivering the welcome speech. Next, I would like to welcome Mr. Deepak Shipat Main, Senior Data Scientist, Enterprise Solution Architect, Tata Consultancy Services, Australia, to deliver his keynote speech.
So, hello everyone. Good morning, good afternoon to everyone. It is a privilege and honor me to consider as a keynote speaker for the International Conference on Innovative Research in Engineering and Technology, which is held on today. I guess it's a virtual conference, but this virtual conference actually helps to giving the opportunity to exchange the ideas between the among the members and discussion on the different innovative topics, like such as I'm talking about autonomous vehicles, big data, or different technology, so that the professions from the different industry and the and the academic area, they can come together and they can exchange their idea, they can start a discussion. It is actually helpful for the researchers, professional, as well as the industry person who are attending this conference also. So as in today's speech, I will just talk about like in today's world, I guess people are more talking about the autonomous vehicles. I can say driverless cars. So basically, like this is the one of the big area the peoples are doing more kind of research and all those things. So I will just talk about this in the later part. So this conference will be provided.
Nice. They are very initial that they are doing.
Okay, thank you, sir. So as I told about, currently I'm working as a senior data scientist with the Tata Consultancy Services, and as I told about that, this is actually one of the area. This is one of the, I can say, organization which is actually providing the world-class opportunity to invite all the profession from the academia, industry, and the other world to collaborate and to write the research paper or to develop the solutions. So thanks. I want to give the best wishes for this conference, and thanks once again to the conference organizer to giving the opportunity for the welcome speech. Yeah. So that is from my side. So you want, yeah. Hello, Jojo, madam, you're on mute.
Sorry, I didn't hear anything. Okay. It's okay.
Organizer is mute. We cannot hear you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Deepak Sirakmain, for delivering the keynote speech. Next, I would like to welcome Professor IRTS Dr. Muhammad Rizal, Ashad School of Electrical and Electronic Engineering, Campus University, Saints, Malaysia, to deliver his keynote speech. Bibliography: Muhammad Rizal Ashad graduated from the University of Liverpool in 1994 with a B. Engineering in the field of medical, electronics, and instruments. He then pursued his MSc in the Electronic Control Engineering at the University of Salford, graduating in December 1995. Following from this, in early 1996, he continued his study with a PhD degree in electronic engineering with specialization in robotic vision system. After completing his PhD training, January 1999, he started working at the University Saints Malaysia USM, Malaysia as a full-time academic. He has supervised many postgraduate students at the MSc and PhD levels. He has also published actively in local and international publications. He is currently a full professor at the School of Electrical and Electronic Engineering, USM, in Ocean Robotics Technology. Professor Rizal is a professional engineering with the Board of Engineers Malaysia BEM and Professional Technologies with Malaysia Board of Technologies MBOT and is recognized as the pioneer of underwater system technology and robotic research efforts in Malaysia. He is a fellow of IMAR-IS, senior member of IEE NC Engineering with Engineering Council. UK. Proof Result is very interested in developing new systems and technologies for especially marine applications and general application in society and industry.
Okay. Thank you very much for the chairperson. So shall I proceed? Yeah. Okay. So good morning to everyone. Thank you for the invitation to share some of technologies that we have been developing for a number of years. Can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Okay,
You're audible.
okay, let me share
Yes.
my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. So thank you. This is the topic. My presentation will be about half an hour. So the presentation is on autonomous marine robotics technology and applications. So this is talking about using robotics for ocean applications. So the objective of the talk is to introduce briefly the field of unmanned marine robotics, covering autonomous surface vessels, autonomous underwater vehicle, which are utilized in many industrial and scientific applications. And also to describe briefly the modules for ASV, the surface vessels and also underwater vessels, such as power module, sensing module, communication, manipulators, etc. And also to share some applications of marine robotics for real-world tasks. So marine robotics or ocean robotics are being used in many applications. So they are being used in the area of science, for example, seafloor mapping, rapid response to oceanographic and geothermal events, geological sampling. Okay, so environmental measurement, long-term monitoring of hydrocarbon spills, for example, environmental remediations, inspection of underwater structures. Of course, for military applications, oil and gas industry, and many other applications. So you can see that robotics are widely being utilized. Robotics technology for ocean applications are tremendous. There are many area of applications, and the marine robotics platforms have gone through evolution. I hope you can see that my slide changes, right? Can you see my slide changes?
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay, thank you. I'm worried that my slide is still on the title page. So the evolution of marine robotics, it used to be supervisory, where there's less autonomy on the marine robotics. It's a direct remote control by human beings. Then it has moved towards unmanned robotic system, where you have a semi-autonomy and full autonomy of ocean robotics. Ocean robotics, marine robotics, it is interchangeable. And now people have been using hybrids platform. Hybrids means it is supervisory and full autonomy kind of deployment approach. There are many related technology being used. For example, autonomous navigation, artificial intelligence, swarm intelligence, robust sensor modules, long-term deployment, smart power generation and management. I'm saying that there are so many technology being utilized in order to develop reliable working robotic operation marine robotic modules. And for example, we need marine robotics because it is one of the most viable way in order to explore our oceans. In order to explore our oceans, to understand what kind of resources that we have out there in the oceans, what kind of solutions that we can, what kind of again resources that we can use from the oceans in order to alleviate issues that we have on land. That is several problems. For example, food issues, energy issues, limitation of metals, for example, rare metals, for example. But also, in order to understand, for example, the global warming issues, the carbon cycle the situation in terms of marine pollution, fish stocks, or food supplies, impact of human-made anthropogenic noise or human-made noise on the ocean fauna or ocean things that live in the oceans, and also to ensure that our oil and gas sectors are supported by correct data of the ocean. So all this needs a solid, a strong, a good platform where you can gather data or information. So the mantra is you talk about you need to be able to measure the environment in order to monitor it and to manage it, the 3M approach. So there are many kind of platforms that have been utilized for the ocean usage. There are autonomous vehicles, means unmanned. That means putting men on boats to explore the oceans are risky. We are putting life in danger, and there are many cases annually people die, death due to operational activities, economic related activities in the ocean. So it is to the advantage of us in order to ensure more autonomous vehicles or unmanned robotic platform be used in order to execute the tasks that we need to do out in the ocean. Okay, and for your information, I think most of us are aware that almost 71% of the Earth's surface are covered by water, seawater. So, and the average depth of the oceans in the world is around 3,800 meters. 3,800 meters is the average depth of the oceans. So, and most economic activities are on the continental shelves, on the deep, shallow part of the oceans. Almost the majority of large percentage of the oceans are yet to be explored properly, yet to be properly mapped, for example, and to be studied in terms of the resources available out there. So it is to our advantage in order to use more robotic type kind of platform in order to help us to gather information for ocean exploration and ocean the exploitation in a positive sense, the exploitation of resources in our ocean. So there's for autonomous surface vessel, that means unmanned boats. That means surface vessel means small boats, or it can be big boats or big ships, which is unmanned, which is autonomously controlled by using satellite or radio frequency from the land. But if you are out in the ocean, let's say, for example, you are, let's say, 1,000 kilometers away from the nearest land, there's no way that we have to use satellite, for example. That means, and yet we have to be able to use a satellite location determining kind of facilities in order to assist our robot to navigate the oceans. And this has been used, are being used now by many ocean-going surface vessel, unmanned. For example, if you can see on the screen, you have Autonaut, for example, you have wave gliders, for example. A wave glider, which is produced by Liquid Robotics in the States. It has traversed the Atlantic over more than 500 kilometers, 500 nautical miles across the Atlantic, for example, autonomously, and using satellite for the localization in order to detect many parameters out in the ocean. The only problem is that it is limited for surface deployment. You cannot detect the water columns for more deeper waters. So that's why we need to have robotics that can be operated on the surface and robotic platform that can be operated in the water, inside in the depth of the water. So you can see the right number of the last picture there. AutoSub. AutoSub is an autonomous underwater vehicle owned by National Oceanographic Center in the UK. It can dive 500, 1,000 meters and more, and to do many operations, to measure many data and to do many operations down in the water column. So, and this is an example. I hope you can see the picture. This is an example of the current fleet of the National Oceanographic Center in Southampton in the UK. You can see various ocean robotics platform. If you can see the slightly like on the top right side, top right part of the picture, you can see solar panels with the like surfing board. This is what we call a wave glider. And this can go autonomously for I would say 3 to 5 months in the ocean without having to be taken out, or continuously for 5 months. And it recharges itself using the solar panel, and it has an onboard battery for power storage and also a lot of sensors on it. And you can see the different size of the torpedo shaped robot. That is for underwater mapping, underwater data gathering, etc. And it can go down to hundreds of meters in the water. For your information, the waters like I'm from Malaysia, the South China Sea in Malaysian waters, I think the maximum depth is around, I would say around, average depth is around 200 meters. Like the Indian Oceans, that is much deeper. I would say around 3,000, 4,000 meters of water depth. That is 4 kilometers of water depth. That is very deep. And I think I know many colleagues in India, for example, in the national in Delhi, there is a national ocean technology in Delhi, NEOS, I think, in Delhi and in Goa. So many centers are developing ocean robotics because in order to assist us to explore the ocean. So all these robots needs a lot of. You need a very good power management system. You need a lot good control modules, navigation tools. You need a good support system, good reliable communication link, for example. And these are an example of robotic system which will enable us to explore further and deeper into the ocean without risking human lives. And this can be released right from the port. You don't have to send ship middle of the ocean. So there are a lot of advantages using ocean robotics. But of course, one of the major limitations of using ocean robotics is the power storage. And also the issue of biofouling, for example. Biofouling means particle growth on the body of the underwater robots. If you deploy robots out in the ocean, for example, for 3-5 months, when we get the robot back, it is covered with barnacles, mean like hard bioorganism on the surface of the sensors, etc. So this makes very long deployment of robots in the oceans are not possible as for now. So it's still limited to certain specific time of deployment time. So my interest in our groups, we are very interested on developing unmanned surface vessels and underwater robots. We have developed a number of platforms, but of course for our application, we are aiming for shallow water applications. We have developed for 200-meter kind of water depths. And these are, I'm just showing some example of a surface vessel which have been developed. I just skipping through my slides because okay, I just want to show this one. This is an example of the history of a surface vessel. So you can see on the top left where they use wave power. All these craft vehicles on the top part of the picture, these are all using wave power. They are not using propellers to move in the water. They're just using wave power and also rudder. That means we have the mechanism where we convert the vertical motion of the wave into lateral motion that push the vehicle on the surface of the ocean. That's why it is very efficient in terms of power usage. That's why you can stay out in the ocean for so long. Because as long as there's a wave on the surface, that will propel the craft on the surface of the water. If we are depending on propellers, that means you need a lot of power concentration on the batteries. But now, no, the battery are only used to control the rudder and for communication link. motion are being the speed or the propulsion of the platform are being harnessed from the wave, the height of the higher the height, the stronger the propulsion for the ship, for the vessels, like Autonaut in the picture, the wave glider, the middle one, as it travels the ocean. And the bottom part is in terms of battery power. It depends. If you're using propellers, like you can see the bottom right, the Enduro, and those are using propellers, and it needs a lot of, it uses a lot of energy. The energy consumption are very high. So many, and it is now you can see this is focused on surface vessel, only on surface, the floating ones. There are many. It is now being used in many sectors, oil and gas sector, scientific exploration, and also the oil and gas sector. So it is a very exciting field. But in order to develop a system, you need the combination of people that is from the electronics, from electrical, from mechanical, from material people, the communication engineers, in order to put together a very workable robotic. Okay, so I just want to this is an example of Autonaut. Autonaut is a system that was developed in the UK. I think I will stop at this point after this. I just want to highlight the interesting part of Autonaut. Autonaut is about, I would say, it can go up to 5 meters. Currently, it can go from 3 to 5 meters, and it is compartmentalized. You can extend the loading on the vehicle, and it has the back foil and the front foil. I do not know whether this can. Okay, but if you just Google, if you Google in YouTube Autonaut, you will be able to see how Autonaut operate, and it is moving purely by using the foil at the back part of the platform and in the front part, in order to convert the wave energy into to the foil, in order to propel it, to convert it to the lateral propulsion for the vessel. Very interesting, and it's very efficient kind of conversion. So I wouldn't be able to. I'm not sure. I don't think I can able. Can you see the? Can you see the videos? Is it okay? Yes. Can you see the videos? I hope you can see the video. Can anybody respond? Can you hear the? Can you see the video?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you can see this is Autonaut. So this is Autonaut. This is the tow tank in the UK. The chassis. So this is the front. You can see the front foil and the back foil, and you can see that as the wave move, it push the Autonaut forward, and they have a keel at the back part of the platform in order to control the direction. And these are, and you see that you can see the vertical pole in the middle of that is a communication link for the Autonaut if it's being operated out in the ocean. So if I can just, okay, this was tested way many years ago, 5 years ago in the UK, in the tow tank. So you can see the wave hitting the craft, and the craft is using the wave, vertical wave, in order to move forward. So the higher the wave, the faster the platform will move. And this is the picture from Autonaut. So this is how they are utilizing platforms such as this in order to explore the big oceans out there, Pacific, the Atlantic, etc. Of course, there are many other challenges, but the beauty is that it is purely propelled by, powered by the waves. So this is another example by wave glider. I can't open it, but this is, you can also Google wave glider to see how for ocean robotics community, they're utilizing the wave in order to get an optimized propulsion for the platform. Okay, so that if you have robots on the surface, but if we want to explore the deeper oceans, there are many other options. We can use vertical profilers, or we can use an underwater gliders. Underwater gliders is a torpedo shape, but it dives based on the pull of gravity and the control of buoyancy of the system. So that means by changing the gravity, the buoyancy to negative, it will start to sink. But because it has wings, it will glide. So as it glides in the water, it starts to do a lot of measurements in the deeper part of the water. People are also using underwater gliders for ocean mapping, data gathering, etc. So you can see that this is an example of glider that we developed in our lab, so that we use for shallow water. So as you can see, ocean robotics are being used in many applications. So I think many countries like Malaysia, India, Thailand, Philippines, we have a lot of interest on using marine robotics for either scientific, civilian, or defense applications, and also industrial, oil and gas. So you can see for surveillance, for marine survey, water quality, pollution control, etc. So there are many applications of ocean robotics, marine robotics. And I think, to me, our group have been exploring this topic for the last, I would say, easily about 20 years. And it is a very exciting field. I'm sure going forward, there are a lot of opportunities for us to integrate the big data development, the evolution of big data, usage of big data, data analytics and merging it with AI and also robotics for a much better marine robotics solution. So I think at this point I have a lot more slides, but I think I will end my presentation. So thank you very much for listening. I'm sorry I rushed through my presentation, but I would suggest, if you are interested, maybe you can explore and Google a bit on the topics, and you will find that there's a lot of things that we can do in there. So I will stop my slides. Yes. Thank you very much for listening and being patient with me.
Thank you, Professor RRTS Dr. Mahadrizal Ashad, for delivering the keynote speech. Now, I would like to invite Deepak Shepherd-Main for delivering the keynote speech.
Okay, let me start my screen, sharing my screen. Can you see my screen? Yeah, one minute.
Not yet, sir.
Not yet, sir.
Yeah, you can see my screen, correct? Okay, no problem. I'll just start my presentation. So I'll just take 20 to 25 minutes to deliver my speech. Wait, actually my machine has become very slow. So today I will just talk about the autonomous vehicles, basically how this robotics and the artificial intelligence actually used in the autonomous vehicles. And that I will talk about that. So when I'm talking about the autonomous vehicles, so my voice is audible to everyone?
Yes, sir. It's audible.
Okay, no problem. It is classified into the two types. When I'm talking about the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and tier 4. So when I'm talking about tier 4, there is no driverless. There is no driver is there. Everything is controlled by the human machine. robotics and the AI. And when I'm talking about 3, it's more kind of power steering, power control. You are getting the automatic rear park sensings, or maybe you're getting some AI based human kind of thing. That you can say a tier 3 or tier 3.5. But when I'm talking about tier 4, it is completely controlled by the machine. There is no driver is there. But parallelly along with driver, it will provide the other services like meeting notes. You can order the foods. You can play music also. You can attend the meetings while traveling also. Those I'm talking about autonomous 4.0. You also autonomous 4.0 also like you face any kind of health issue. So there is a health sensors are there which can be automatically monitor your health. And if they found that something is there, they can directly inform to the respective hospital in advance, so that directly can be go there and you can directly get admits. Those kind of features are inbuilt. I'm talking about the autonomous vehicles, that is 3.0. So what are the technologies they are basically they are using? Basically, they are using the artificial intelligence. In the artificial intelligence, I want to say that basically they are using machine learning, deep learning, and the other models are there like AR, virtual reality, other models they are using as a part of the AI. Plus robotics they are using. So those are technology I just want to use that. So when I'm talking about autonomous vehicles, correct? So basically, like there's no driverless is there. Once you start the driving of the car, so you cannot see the driver, and it automatically just go, just book it, just go the on the way. So that particular cars are having just this. I was just talking about what is tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and tier 4. These are the concepts are there. So let's go for this one. What is AI basically? So when I'm talking about AI, correct? Now, if you take a typical scenario, like when you're going to your car, also, you know that like what kind of challenges you face that. When I'm talking about the condition of the roads, also environments, also you have to see that what is the status of the signals, how many vehicles are your front, backs, and those sides are there. Again, what kind of decision you have to make in the certain conditions. Maybe you know that if you want to use this technology in India, or I can say some underdeveloped country, the population is very high, how you can make the intelligent decisions about that. Those are the things are there if you want to go for the artificial intelligence and the robotics also. That I'm talking now. When I was talking about this one, so robotics basically when I'm talking about that, like how you can take the effective decisions, and those I'm talking about the robotics part also. Like when I'm talking robotics part, like uh, another time of robotics part also. Suppose there is a problem with the car also. What he can do that he can safely replace his battery. He can safely recharge his battery also. He can safely replace his oil also. That I'm talking about the self-filling and the safe repairing kind of features as well as autonomic. So those kind of features are given by the robotics. The robotic sums are there. When I'm talking about the like artificial intelligence, as I told about the artificial intelligence, basically it's majorly consisting of the deep learning and the machine learning models to detect the what kind of decision you have to make it, what kind of image should be captured about that. Once you capture the image, also how you can take the immediate actions on the point. That I'm talking about artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence and robotics, these are the two features. They're actually creating the more impact onto the autonomous vehicles. So I don't want to give the more time onto that. Like this is just I'm talking about the typical 3 things are there. This is just I'm talking about Google car. When any person want to take the pictures of the car, basically there are 4 different types of data you are getting. You are getting text data, audio data, plus you are getting the signals. Those are the different types of the data you have to get it. How the people will capture data from the autonomous vehicles? They can be capture the data using the lidar, radar, camera is there, sensors are there. I'm talking about that. Those are the sensors are maybe situated at the front side, back side also. There are some sensors are there which can be observe the human beings body also. They can be observed the what is the inside the conditions of the your engines and everything. That are different types of sensors. Once you got the sensors also, correct? Now you think about that. You collect the data, you have to sense that particular data. When I'm talking about the autonomous vehicles, how you can start the analysis into the basically into the 3 phase. So when I'm talking about that, first you sense what kind of data you are getting that. Once you got that particular data, you have to think about that. What is the data is given by the lidar, camera, or I can say any sensors. That data is a correct format or not. That I want to check about that. That I'm thinking about that. Once I got thinking of that, I have to make a action. I have to just make the react on that. Like what is acting about that? So that I'm talking about when you do any kind of analysis autonomous vehicles, it's basically divided into the three parts: sensing, thinking, and acting. So what things you have front about that? Just think about this one, and based on that, you can acting about it. Now take the one scenario, correct? Now there is one car is going on. Suddenly there is a cat or dog is coming, or there is one human being is coming. That I'm seeing that there is some objects are coming in front of the my car. That I'm sensing also. Now think about that. What kind of decision you have to make it? So I'm just thinking about that. If my car is basically say 10 meters or 5 meters away, so what I can do, I can slow down the speed also, and I can allow to the pedestrian or animal to cross the road also. That I'm now thinking also. That I'm just starting thinking. What kind of objects he have? Is it a real object? Is it human objects, animal objects, or something object is there? I'm just started thinking about that. Once I started thinking about that, I know that this is the one kind of human or animal objects. I just think about what I can do. That either I can stop the car, or I can press the horn also, or I can just slow down my speed, and I can allow to the person to cross the pedestrian and this so that I can go ahead. Those kind of action I can do it. So take the any scenario also. Now take the another. I just wanted to explain scenario like once your car is going on there, you found that there is a condition of the road is a bad. What you will do that there is lidars or rudders are there. They tritely see the sensing of the what is the condition of the road or maybe condition of the environment also. They will thinking about that this condition of the road is very bad. What kind of decision? So either should I go to slow or what kind of action or maybe I have to find out the alternate way to avoid the maybe I can say bad road path also, or maybe what I can say that I started thinking about that. Once he started thinking about it, based on that, he can take action. You take sensing, thinking, and acting. These are three important phases if you want to do the any analysis of the autonomous vehicles. So what I'm talking about sensing basically. So this is I'm just talking about sensing phase. Any data you are getting about that. So these are the some of the data I just talking about sensors are there. So some of the sensors like talking about detection of the traffic light, pedestrians are there. Some of the sensor they will talk about the lidar basically to use the detect the different types of environment, road condition, all those things. And there are third video cameras there which can be capture the images of the road. That can be just see that what is called as the image. All these data are there they captured about that. There is a one centralized processing unit is there. It will take that particular data and it will see that what kind of data is there, is this correct format, or maybe sometime what's happened, you are taking a data and due to some muddy road, there is some I can say mud is there which actually happened where the image is not clear. So what kind of action you have to take it to clear that particular image, blur image also. Those are the things you have to take it. And finally, what happened when I'm talking about the thinking, so those are the commands are central to the engines only, so that he can take the action. I'm talking about command central. So sensing, processing, and the acquisition, these are the three different phases are there. You can do all those things. If you want to take the all the data, think about that. All the sensors having the limited capacity. Second possibility about that, you think about when the sensor is sending the data. Once the data is got received at to the destination, you have to send the feedback that I received the data, so that he cannot send the duplicate copies of the data back to the this one. I'm just talking about different scenarios. What kind of challenges you do you if you want to do the research. Third, I'm talking about that once you got the data, all the data is actually having so coding, but how to decode that particular words also, and how can take the different types of commands on that. That is one of the challenging area. People can be focusing on that. Fourth, I'm talking about like that once you got the environments are there, correct? If you go to anywhere, suddenly environment got changed. So what kind of action you can take it based on that? So there are lots of areas are there. You can do the lots of research, and you just got this data based on that particular data also. You can try to apply some algorithms. Again, I'm talking about this is either machine learning algorithm or deep learning algorithm. You can apply on that, and after that you can start doing the acting on that. Now think about this one. You got the data every day. If you want to check the data, so if you want to see that every hour, any autonomous vehicle generating the 15 GB data per hour, they are generating. These are containing different types of data. Now you can say that if the one pedestrian find that, you can say that, okay, I will take the decision after 5 minutes. No, you have to make the decision within fraction of second. Those kind of faster processing network processing power you have to give that. So for that particular faster processing of the CPU also, people are actually using the GPU, graphical processing unit, so that your data is can fasterly processed. They can give the output in the fractions of the second. That's I'm talking about. GPUs are there basically using that. So this is a typically, I'm just talking about the architecture of the autonomous vehicles. This you can use it. So I don't know to take. So these are three different phases are there, like how to sense the data. So I just talk about that. Then this is I'm just talking LiDAR. So I'll just share this slide how the LiDAR is there. Once the LiDAR is there, how we can do the processing. So when I'm talking about processing, here you have to use the different types of algorithm. I'm talking about that. You can use the RRT, SLAM or kinetics algorithm for the motion modeling and mapping algorithm when the vehicle is moving also. When you're talking about the like pedestrian detection, signal detection, for that particular purpose, you can go for a DNN based or convolution chain based algorithm also. Or maybe I'm talking about the rule based systems are there. Suppose you find the one sign is there and you want to map is there, you want to take a left turn. So those are the rule based are there. For that particular purpose, you have to use the intersection algorithm. Now think about that. You cannot use the CPU for the processing of data. You have to use a GPU. Think about that. One car is that there's got 100,000 sensors are there, which is actually giving the data, and that data, which is actually you have to process within fractions of a second, and you have to give the right answer for the right scenario. That was the challenge I'm talking about. That for that particular purpose, you have to go for the GPU. Now another I'm talking about the area about that any data is there correct got generated through overall day. So I can say there is around 15 to 24. Say I'm just talking about say like 400 GB data got processed. What they will do that before the next day data a car is going onto the road. What they will do that they has to store this all 400 GB onto the cloud. They will process all the data and they will check that what is the condition of this particular car in terms of the oil, any problem with the engine. They will take it that if they found all the things are okay, after that they can allow to this car go drive onto the road. Otherwise, they cannot be allowed. So if you want to do the processing of the 400 GB data for that particular purpose, you have to go for the cloud technology. As a sir told about that, you can go for the machine learning and deep learning, or you can go for big data technology that you can use it. So how the algorithm things are working, I don't want to spend more time onto that. So these are them talking about the how the correlation can be detected. This is a robot I'm just talking about how we can use it. This RRT algorithm. So, and based on that, you can take the different types of session. So these are the companies are there basically like they are actually using the lots of researchers are there. You can do it. Here, I'm just talking about the two different areas. Is autonomous driving. Now, any person want to introduce any autonomous vehicle, correct? So they cannot say along with that they have to introduce the different types of business. Like when you got it up, it will now if you take the example of EOE, Saudi Arabia. Now due to COVID-19, correct? Lots of the people are traveling to the airlines. Even also the RT-PCR reports got test also, correct? What they say is that once any person want to go to a destination also, they will first capture the body temperature. They can give the force to give the sanitizer. They can do this. After that, once you got sanitizer, they can give the mask also. All the things are everything is given by the robots in the car itself only. Once you got that, again it will do the body scanning. What exactly he is doing that? Are he doing the bad activity or not? Suppose he found that person is doing the bad activity also, that car directly redirect to the police station so that the people can take all the actions. What is speaking, what is talking about that? Everything is controlled by the autonomous vehicles. Now, in the future, I just want to talk about that. There is no driver is there, but there is a more future for the autonomous driving also. The people are saying that there is no job for the drivers also. No, I'm not saying that. For the autonomous driving also, you need a lots of experts who can be fix the sensors also, who can be you need the mechanic to repair the autonomous vehicles. So many things are there. So this is I'm just talking about the today. So autonomous vehicles, I'm doing the research. So in some of the scenario, I'm doing the research about that. How you can recently I just published one of the patent for the autonomous vehicles also. Either one of the ambulance want to go to reach to the destination, there is no driver is there. How you can use autonomous driving to reach a destination? How you can coordinate with the different signals and all those things? Those are the things you can do it for the autonomous driving. So this is I'm just talking about my overall presentation. So thanks for organizers to giving the opportunity to conduct this particular session. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Deepak Shepatmin, for delivering the keynote speech. Next, I welcome all the participants to Technical Session 1. I would like to welcome our session chair, A.U. Ravi Shankar, Professor, Civil Engineering, National Institute of Technology, Karnataka, India, for this session.
Thank you.
Technical Session 1, I invite Shuriporn Shrengma for presenting the paper Development of Medium-Sized Multipurpose Agriculture Vehicle.
Okay. Let me share my, sorry. Let me share my screen. Okay. Okay, everyone see my screen already?
Not yet.
Hello. Okay. Can I start? Okay, good morning. Good afternoon, maybe. For those who don't know me, my name is Suripon Singam. We are the team that have 4 members in this project, and first 2 members are Dr. Kanchana and Mr. Thanawat Sonen. They are a lecturer of Uttaradit Rajpath University, Faculty of Industry Technology. The second member, the next 2 members, it's Mr. Supanat Nikota and me. We are both independent researcher for this project. And Mr. Supanat, he graduated from the engineering faculty of Chiang Mai University. Let me start the topic today that I will gonna present is the topic of development of medium-sized multi-purpose agricultural vehicle. I will skip this one and I will start with the study side. Our project focuses on the northeast regions of Thailand. Because of this region, the farmer produce the best quality of the rice production. But anyway, they have low productivity on the rice. And the other one that we consider this region because most of the people in this region have low of the average income per capita, especially in the Nong Bolampu, that the study case area that we will focus on this project. The other reason that's why we interested in this area because the farmer in this region are difficulty access of the funding resource, like the capital, every important capital in Thailand. They don't have the lack of the opportunity to find the funding. So that's why. And after we survey in the area, we found the problem that the first problem that we lack of the labor. Because of Thailand now, we fall in the period of aging society. That's why we need farmer machinery and equipment. And the second problem is the funding access. as you know, low opportunity of them to find. And the third one is we have very poor yield because of poor management too. And the fourth one is the yield loss during harvest. This is the problem that we conclude from that regions. So the farmer asks for the machinery and the equipment that help them to solve all the problem. Yes, after that, we come and sit together and think that how to solve this problem. So the research team aim to develop the agriculture machinery with the modern technology and like to reduce the number of the labor, especially the agriculture labor. And also because we saw the what we call the conventional vehicle in agriculture that they used in that area or in our country. I will show you later from this part. We survey on the conventional tractor, conventional car that they use in the country for agriculture. And also we review on the material use, technology that related with, and also the hydraulic system and everything that related with the way that we will develop the proposed vehicle. I will skip this one because it's just the conclusion that I said before. This one is, you see, this conventional agriculture vehicle of Thailand. You see this one, we call ETOC or ETEC, and this one ETAN is bigger one. Anyway, you will see that the price of each type of vehicle, agriculture vehicle, will be like the small one, $5,000 US, and we have like if we want higher horsepower, you will pay more. So we try to design the proposed vehicle. I will skip this one because I will tell you in this one, tell you with this picture in summary. Actually, we decide to use the conventional set of engine and automotive transmission or gear system. This would be we not change anything, but we will develop on the third and the parts of the engine, on the universal joint and the rear transmission part, that we try to develop it from the conventional diesel engine to be used automatically gear and can control by the radio control. Also, we change a little bit more on the steering mechanism by we decide like it to have potential to turn like narrow turning circle, something like that.
Excuse me, Miss Ripon, we cannot see your slide. We cannot see your slide, please.
Oh,
you're not sharing. Yes.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Okay. I will, please. Hey, I think I shared already. Sorry, very sorry. I shared it already, but why? Share the sound. Okay. Could you see now?
Yes,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
okay.
I'm
Yes.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. It's
I'm so sorry.
okay.
I
Thank
thought
you.
everyone see it already. Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay. I'm not go to the beginning. Nah? I will continue us from
Sure,
this
sure.
part. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. Oh, can I back for the next one? Previous one. Okay. This slide, it's a summary of the proposed vehicle that we developed. I will show you. I will tell you already about the point that we have been developed. That means just only the two part, the third one and the fourth one that we already developed, especially in the fourth part. We try to make it new, like we mold it, we milling the new gear, milling the new differential gear, and try to make it can control by the radio control, and also maybe in the next period we will develop to install the GPS part inside to help the farmer to control in their own area by no level. Okay. So this one I'm already told you that we decided the steering machine to have a narrow tuning circle, just a little bit in this part. And we also install the radio transmission part, receiver part, antenna, digital control part, and the other things, except the SIG part, GPS service part, we still in the progress. Yeah, this one I will skip. And the last part that we developed, that is the software that we hope it can control past the mobile phone by application and software on mobile phone, something like that. And this is the specific of the vehicle that we developed already. We use, as I told you, that we use just the diesel engine with 87 horsepower, and we use the automotive transmission, and they can work by remote control or the radio part. No. I'm sorry for that. I don't influence in this field, because I'm graded from agriculture, not engineering exactly. Anyway, I my responsible is on the agriculture part, but I have to present to you. But anyway, in case of you want to ask something more on this field, I mean in the mechanism machine field, you can ask, because we have Mr. Supanat Nikota, the engineering of our project, to sit around here to can answer your question. No? And we also install the camera view of a camera, and also attach the bumper sensor to safety for the farmer when they work on farm. This one is the result that we can develop and show you today. A bit more. Like he can start on the radio control like this. Okay. I'm sorry. And can control by one man. No need for two people like the conventional way. Okay, I think it's enough. Okay. So the result that we developed the proposed vehicle for agriculture is the system that allow the people or the user can control by radio control or mobile application, and also they can install the various type of the equipment at the drawbar on the back of the car, and also this kind of tractor will assist the farmer from the conventional agriculture practice to a new technology and improve them and urge them, spark them to know about the new technology. Just like the fundamental thing that we want the farmer in Thailand to know about this. And also now the user team just finished the prototype of the vehicle and test in some actual paddy fields works. Anyway, it still have the thing that we have to improve more for this. Finally, the conclusion. The result of prototype of the medium-sized multipurpose vehicle, we have performed the testing experiment in the farm of farmer plot in Nong Bua Lampu, the province in the northeast already, as you see in the video. And we sincerely hope that this prototype can help the farmer, and we hope that in the next period or the next step, we will like make it smaller and can work on the hot, like 55 degrees under the sun, and operate with the various type of functions like the harvest machine or the tillage machine or something like that. Like try to help the farmer to have only one vehicle, but they can put the other machine that they want to use in one car, in one vehicle. And moreover, we think that the farmer group, I mean the farmer who produce the organic rice, can use this kind of machine, because the organic rice cannot use the machine with the other or with the conventional agriculture, because they are afraid of the contaminate of the chemical. So this one will be, we help them in this kind of work. For me, I think this is my last slide. And anyone want to ask some question? So sorry for the first presentation.
Yes, I ask you a question, please.
Yeah.
What kind of the contribution for your smart vehicle? Yes, can you explanation a little bit for that? Thank you.
You mean
And new
It helps.
technology, yes, that you presented because maybe I'm coming late.
We actually the vehicle that we use in Thailand, it's just like a normal tractor that we cannot as you see in slide that I showed you before, that they don't have a chance to control them by the remote control, or they don't have a chance to, like, if you want to harvest, you have to buy the machine for harvest. If you want to grow it or planting, you have to buy the machine for planting. But this one will help them to like, if they can develop or made it by themselves, and just only this kind of machine, you can buy the other peripheral or machine or tool equipment, anything, and put it in this car, and you can use. And I think it's help like decrease the cost of production, right? Production. This is enough, or you mean what kind of the machine that which point or which part of machine that our team
Yes, because
changed or improve?
Yes, I want to know because I little review from the vehicles, and we know about maybe Indonesia, Malaysia, or maybe an other country.
Oh, okay. Actually, because of Thailand not have the chance, not have the the farmer, they don't have a chance to do it by themselves. They try to do, but just only the plain thing, or just only the normal tractor, no. But now we change just only the gear transmitter at the back, to by we milling the new set of the gear, as I told you. Just a drive gear and the driving gear, just two things. The drive gear, we mill it with 67 modules, and the driving gear we mill it like it has like 12 modules, something like that. And now we are on the process of the patent register. Just only two things. That's the main thing that we improve.
Okay, thank you. Because time is short. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prash.
Thank you for.
Mr. Ram.
Thank you.
We'll call the next person.
Okay, next I invite Zanakrak Preserve Tweet for presenting the paper household waste analysis during the situation of COVID-19 in Thailand.
Yes, thank you. I wait for. I cannot share the screen for now.
Stop. Okay.
Okay. Everyone can see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yeah, it's all right.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Okay. Hello, everyone. สวัสดีค่ะ. My name is Thanarak Prasertwit. I'm from Thailand. Today, I would like to present my conference paper. The subject is household waste analysis during the situation of the COVID-19 in Thailand. About me, I'm studying the Logistic Management, School of Engineering, the University of Thai Chamber of Commerce in Thailand. After the COVID-19 was found, the people's lifestyle has been changed to avoid the disease, so they have to keep social distancing and cannot gather in the big group, and also have to apply the health hygienic protection, such as the face mask. From the change lead to the new job creation. There are three obvious changes in Thailand during the situation, which are the way to buy the product from the real store to online store, and the way to have their meal from at the restaurant change to direct to their home, and the way to find the item to protect their health From the change, it's not only make the e-commerce and delivery business has been increased, but also the waste has been generated. Therefore, the aim of this paper are to analyze the change of the customer behavior related to the household waste, which happened before and during the situation, and to propose the suggestion to reduce the household waste that occur in terms of Thailand practice and other country practice. And the research methodology is done by specific searching for the data, refer to the reliable sources, then collect and analyze the data related to the household waste, which happened before and during the situation, and finally conclude the data lead to the suggestion to reduce the waste. Because of the situation, the growth of the retail e-commerce business in 2020 grew around 80% compared to 2019 or 294 billion baht, and will grow around 20% every year. So in the next 5 years, the value of retail e-commerce in Thailand is expected to reach 750 billion baht. But each order of e-commerce has been sending directly to the customer house, so the packaging take an important role to protect the product along the transportation process. But after that, the unwanted material become to the waste. For the food delivery, before the situation, the number of food delivery orders around 37 million orders, but this year is expected to reach 120 million orders. Also, the food delivery before the situation of the COVID-19, the value was 33 billion baht, and in this year will reach to 58 billion baht. To analyze the plastic waste, the consumption of the plastic bag over the world is around 500 billion to 1 trillion pieces per year. When focusing just only in Thailand, the use of the plastic bag is around 8 pieces per person per day. The amount of the plastic waste accounted 12% of the solid waste, or 3.35 million tons, which include the waste that can be recycled around 60% and cannot be recycled around 40%. In Bangkok, the capital city of Thailand, the data found that the amount of the plastic increased from 2,000 tons to 3,000 tons per day, or increased around 60% at the same period from January to April 2019 and 2020. And found that as we produce more the plastic waste, we lack of the ability to recycle the plastic, as it's dropped from 23% to 20%, and the contaminated waste increased from 77% to 80%. And during the situation, the people have to take care for their health, so they have to use the face mask, do the self-examination by using the antigen test kit, and get the vaccination. In Thailand, we plan to give the vaccination to Thai people around 100 million doses from the population of 77 million people. So there are 100 million of the plastic syringe become waste, and every day at least 20 million pieces of the disposable face mask become the waste as well. The infectious waste continually increase every year, as you see from the graph. But in 2020, the amount of the infectious waste was around 34.5 million kilograms. But in this year, the situation of the COVID-19 was there last year. So this year, infectious waste is expected to increase at least double time, or 70 million kilograms. In this part, I will show the waste management practice in terms of Thailand and from the other country. For Thailand practice, to reduce the waste that occur by now, the food delivery platform help to apply the option to let the customer not to receive the fork, the spoon, or straw, If the customer choose to receive it, or even the handling plastic bag, if the customer choose to receive, then the customer has to pay as an optional. And the government encourage the restaurant to use the food packaging that is made from the natural material instead of the plastic, and separate the infectious waste such as the use of a face mask and NTK test kit into the red bag and dispose in the red trash. Also in 2020, the plastic thinner than 36 micrometer styrofoam box or the food packaging, the single-use plastic cup and straw has to be cancelled, and target to use 100% recycled plastic in 2040. For the other country practice, in German government, they issue the regulation to let the manufacturer respond on their own plastic packaging by putting the symbol, the green dot, on the packaging to guarantee that the packaging will be recycled. And for the Amazon practice, as I research, for now, they offer the option to allow the product to be shipped without the excessive packaging, so they can avoid the product that is already packed in the box and then put in the bigger box to ship. And the option to let the marketplace to request the customer to place many orders to ship the product together in one time, so they can reduce the unwanted packaging sending twice. And the other option come from the customer side, which means the customer can select to buy the product from the shop that they concern on the environment. In conclusion, the change from the COVID-19 lead to the new normal lifestyle, such as the way to buy the product online, the way to order the food delivery, and also implementation of the hygienic item. As a result, the value of e-commerce and delivery business has been increased. But the plastic waste has been produced as well from the unwanted material that come with the product they buy, and the waste from the material after use, such as the food packaging and the hygienic item. Then the research provide the statistic comparing between before and during the pandemic, and show the practice how to reduce the waste in terms of Thailand and other countries. So I think for my next research, I will focus on the activity of the e-commerce to explore along the chain that which part produce the waste, and also I will evaluate in terms of the carbon footprint. Okay, that's all. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Good work. Any questions, please?
Yes. Anyone?
From audience, any questions? Nice statistics you have collected. Thank you.
Thank you.
No questions. We'll ask the next person to present.
Okay, thank you, Mom Tanarak. Now next, I invite Derek Gilchrist for presenting the paper Smart Band for elderly fall detection using machine learning.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, my research topic is Smart Band for elderly fall detection using machine learning. We are 5 members in our team. The first one is the main author, who is Ranjit Kumar. He is the assistant professor in our department, Information Technology at Sri Ramakrishna Engineering College, Coimbatore, India. And myself, Khalil Rahman, Lakshmi Pooja, and Shruti, we are the students of the same department from same college. So this is a biography. Let me start with the abstract. Nowadays, many senior citizens are alone at home because their children or their caretakers may not be available at home during the daytime because they might go to work or some other reasons. So this senior citizens, sometimes they may fall from bed, or while walking, they may unknowingly fall down due to some sudden collapse in their mind. So this situation can lead to even to death if it is not taken care in a proper way, or immediate attention was not provided, means it can lead them to death or even serious injury. So our project aims to design a fall detection system which can be weared in that elderly person's hand, so that we can track their heart rate and also the acceleration values, so that we can track whether they are in a stable state or they had been fallen, something like that. If it detects that if the person has been fallen, an alert message will be sent to the concerned person, which we already given, like some janitor or some people from their home. We might program that so that those persons will receive a message along with their Google Map link. That person's location will be sent as a Google Map link. So this is our overall view on our project. So the main problem that we are going to discuss and fix is the thing that senior citizens often might face with some small accidents, which I said before, because when they are alone, sometimes they even fall from the beds, resulting in serious injuries. In many cases, family members are not even aware of this thing when happened. So in many cases, we can avoid this, or in some critical situations, we can provide some immediate medical attention so that we can save their life. The scope of the project. The main objective of the project is to design a fall detection system, which is of a low cost, using low cost sensors and microcontrollers, so that people from every walk of life can buy and have a use of it. And also to develop and monitor a machine learning model, which will take the heart rate and acceleration values as an input and predict whether the person is in fall or they are in a normal state. And also to construct a system that can send an emergency message to the concerned person, for example, a person nearby or relatives or some caretakers, somebody like that. So this is the proposed system. In this system, we have three main sensors. The first one is triaxial sensor, the second one is pulse sensor, and third one is GPS sensor. This triaxial sensor will take the X, Y, Z values of the person, and pulse sensor will monitor the heart rate, and GPS sensor will use to get the latitude and longitude values of the person. So these three values are given to the microcontroller called Node MCU ESP8266. This microcontroller has some Wi-Fi capability in it, so we can pass these real-time data to the database. We had used Google Firebase, which is a cloud database. So we will be passing these values from real time to this database. From this database, we will send these values to the machine learning model, which we have deployed in Google's Colab, which is a platform to run the machine learning and AI models. In this, we will predict that whether the person is under fall or not. If the person has been fallen, emergency message will be sent to the person, this person has been fallen along with their location details. So I'll be coming to the dataset description now. During the dataset collection, we had used a microcontroller called Arduino Uno. The data has been collected in real time by collecting the pulse sensor, pulse values, and also triaxial XYZ values from the person's wrist. The data is collected with different movements of the persons, like walking, standing, running, sitting, falling, and different postures. So this is the prototype which we used for collecting the data. The green color light, which is the heart rate sensor, and this thing which is in my fingers is called as ADXL345 triaxial accelerometer. And this system, which is the GPS, Neo 6M GPS we had used in this. So these three sensors is connected to the Arduino Uno, which will get the values. So here you can see some sample values which we write in the Arduino IDE. That is the platform which we use to run the Arduino codes. The XYZ values are the acceleration values, and the BPM value corresponds to the heart rate sensor values. So we had collected data around 1,900 rows in Excel sheet, in which 730 values correspond to the fall of a person, and 1,150 values correspond to the not fall. That is a normal position, like sitting, walking, standing, and for that position we are labeling as 0. So primarily we had labeled a data set to 1 and 0. If it is a fall, we will label as 1. If it is not fall, we will label as 0. So in this, you can see some cleaned and labeled Excel values. This second, third, fourth column has the acceleration values, and the first column has the pulse values. So we had used a 70:30 split ratio for a data set. Then I'll come to model development. The dataset which is divided in the previous stage is used to train the machine learning model, in which in this we had tried with 5 different machine learning models. The first one is now-based statistic gradient descent. Third one is SVM, and fourth one is decision tree classifier, and fifth one is random forest algorithm. We had gained some different training and testing accuracies from this algorithm, and we found that for our data set, the decision tree algorithm had produced a better accuracy. So these are some glimpses of the algorithm, like what does naive does and what does SVM does, and like that. So in this result, we had accuracies from these 5 models, which is recorded here. We had used a score function from the sklearn platform library, sklearn Python library, to determine these accuracies. In this, you can see that decision tree classifier has the greatest accuracy, that is 100 for training and 98.2 for testing. In many cases, we will not be getting 100 since we had a less data set, so 100 is being possible for us. So this is a graph which we plotted for the same accuracy values, in which we can see that the decision tree leads the all. So we concluded that using decision tree will be best for our model. So this is the deployment phase, in which we will be using Node MCU. For data collection, we had used Arduino Uno, but for deployment purpose, we are using a Node MCU module microcontroller. So this is the GPS module, and this is the triaxial accelerometer attached here, and this is the pulse sensor module, which is placed in the nerve of my lower hand. So values from these sensors are seamlessly collected through this Node MCU module. So this is the circuit diagram in which you can see this ADXL345. That is the triaxial sensor is connected here, and pulse sensor is connected here, and also the GPS sensor is connected here. So this is the circuit diagram. This data collected from this Node MCU is passed through Google's Firebase, and from this this is the recordings which is received by the Google Firebase DB. So from this Google's Firebase, we will send this values to Colab, Google Colab, in which we have a trained machine learning model. So this values will be going into our machine learning model, and it will predict whether 1 or 0. That is whether the person undergoes any fall. If the person undergoes any fall, it will predict as 1, or else it will label as 0. So if it finds that if the person has fallen, so 1 will be sent to the Node MCU, and when 1 is sent, emergency message to the concerned person, that is the a person which we have said before, will be receiving the message like this. For this, we had used Twilio, the software called Twilio, for the free messaging service as for now. This Google Map link is created using the GPS values which we get from the previous stage. That is the lat long values we'll be using here to provide this Google Map link. So when we click this link, we will be getting this Google Map page where we can locate the person where he is. So with that, we can provide some immediate medical attention, or if it is any collapse means, we can send ambulance, something like that. So to conclude, project assigns older individuals who are in particular emergency situations in order to save them from the consequence of their faults. The main objective of the project was, I said, was to build a low-cost model. So precisely, and overall, the model cost around 2,000 to 3,000 as for now. And so since it is a low cost, every people from all walks of life can afford it and have a use of it. And also, this use case can be extended to the people who are blind, autistic, intellectually retarded, like people have walking problems or paralyzed. So these people also can make use of a smart band. The proposed, as for now, we had proposed like a smart band, but we had displayed the same thing in the project expo. In that, we got comments like instead of having a band, because older people will not tend to wear devices all the time. So we had planned to carry on like a pendant that can be wear in their neck, so that it can monitor the heart rate in a very seamless and easy way, so that elderly people also can wear it in an easy way. So we are planning to do that in future time. So this is the appendix. The hardware which we are used are Arduino Uno, Node MCU, triaxial accelerometer, pulse sensor, GPS module, and some jumper virus. And the software which we mainly used is Arduino IDE, Google Colab for machine learning, running the machine learning model, Twilio for messaging tool, and Google Firebase for the DB. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is it a part of your master's program or
No,
PhD?
no. It's I'm doing my UG.
UG, you are undergraduate student.
Yeah. Yes,
Good. Very good. Any questions from audience?
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm very interested with the invention or innovation because my husband is a with congenital disease on sight. He has retinitis pigmentosa. Do you think people who are born with the disease can use your technology?
Yeah. Yes, they can use my.
Thank you, sir.
If you need any further clarification, I can explain which part you needed precisely.
Yes,
I think you can share your email.
Yeah, sure. I'll do that in chat.
That is better.
Yeah.
Can
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll get in touch.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll call the next person.
Okay, thank you, sir. Next, I invite Omal Salmaan for presenting the experimental investigation on mechanical properties of AI-7075 reinforced with silicon nitride, aluminum chloride, and molybdenum disulfide hybrid composite.
Share your screen.
Please share your screen, Sir Umar.
Yeah, I can present so we can see.
Please proceed.
Now I can present. Salman.
Sir Omar.
Salman.
Is the screen visible?
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Start presenting.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you.
But make it a bit louder. Your voice is not clear.
For the opportunity to present my research title on experimentation on mechanical properties of aluminum 7075 reinforced with. Yeah, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah.
Make it slightly louder.
Yeah. Can you hear me, madam?
Yeah.
Hello. Can you hear?
Yeah, I can.
Hello.
Yeah, I can hear. Now I can present.
It's audible. Yeah. It's audible. Yeah. Okay, sir. Okay, I will make it louder. Sir.
Yeah, start.
Yes, sir. The first author. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, very well.
Thank you, sir. Okay, the first author is myself and Umbal Salman. I am finished my bachelor's in Anna University and master's in University of Toledo, USA. And right now I'm pursuing my PhD at Karuna Institute of Technology, and I'm working as assistant professor in past 8 years in Aksum University, Ethiopia. And my research field is in automotive and composite materials. Technical paper publication is total 6, and number of international conference is number 2. Then my second biography is Dr. D.S. Robinson Smart, who is my supervisor for this research project, and he is having a total experience of 28 years, and his total technical paper publication is 95 and award is 4. His research work is on abrasive jet machining. And my third joint supervisor is Dr. S. Anthony Raja. And he is having a technical research in 15 years, and technical paper publication is 13, and his research areas in renewable energy and materials. So first, I would like to go for my abstract. In the abstract, the objective of this main research paper is to find out the mechanical properties, investigate the mechanical properties of hafnium carbide, silicon nitride, and molybdenum disulfide, which will be reinforced with aluminum 7075. It is the 7th series of aluminum metal. And these secondary particles like silicon nitride and hafnium carbide and molybdenum disulfide will be taken in different W weight percentage, is mixed with aluminum 7075, which is the base metal alloy. As you can see, the numbers have been given. That means the silicon is been taken as 2 to 8%, whereas hafnium is taken from 0.5 to 2%, whereas molybdenum disulfide will be taken from 2 to 5 W2%. So here the caster specimen is all mixed with the stir casting method, and the caster specimen is using the wire cut EDM as per the ASTM standards. And after the ASTM standards has been taken, the Vickers micro hardness test, ultimate tensile strength were performed. So this results all indicates that the 5 weight percentage of silicon nitride and 1.2 W2%, that means weight percentage of hafnium, and 3.5 weight percentage of molybdenum disulfide with the base metal aluminum 7075 will shows a good increase in hardness and tensile strength and indicating excellent mechanical properties. And however, by adding more reinforcements decreases the hardness and the tensile strength because it will becomes into a brittle. So the fatigue tests were performed, also has been performed based upon the tension and the compression cycle loading, calculated the endurance limit stress, and with the number of cycles has been indicated as 10 power 4 cycles, and also the SEM analysis shows the characteristic of the material after the fracture, and also the after the stir casting method, it shows the characteristic of metal, and the EDS shows the presence of the reinforcements in the base metal alloy. So first, the aluminum alloy 7075 is extremely high strength and are good in plastic deformation. Mostly this aluminum 7075 applications are in aircraft fittings, like the small fittings in the engine parts and also in the wings parts, then in the gears and shafts, where, and also it is being used in right now to, in UK. The first time the aluminum 7075 they are using in the missile parts and also in the aerospace applications because of its good thermal properties. Commonly this thermal this aluminum 7075 can be used in transport applications like defense and also in the automotive applications, such as where the material has to be in the light strength, light, and also it has to be high strength and light in density. So next we can see that aluminum 7075, which have a various number of composition. You can see in the table column down here, you can see that it has the maximum amount of zinc, because aluminum 7075 can be also called as a zinc based alloy, because it has a 6.2% of the zinc, and other remaining metals are ferrous, magnesium, copper, and silicon, titanium, magnesium, aluminum, or something, it will be all mixed up. So this composition we call as aluminum 7075. So here, the first reinforcement we are going to add is the hafnium carbide. So in this hafnium carbide is the highest melting point of 3890 degrees Celsius, which is higher than the tungsten and the graphite. And this hafnium carbide is we are using right now in the aircraft like jets, high temperature jets, and also in the space aircrafts, because it's withstand in the high temperature, and also the metallic property shows very attractive properties, including low electrical resistivity and low work function and high mechanical strength. So the bulk of hafnium carbide has been widely used to bear shock and structural loads to resist high temperature oxidation corrosion in extreme environment, such as in nuclear fusion reactors and rocket engines. So hafnium carbide is a light ceramic with high mechanical strength, and I can say that the number of research papers in the regarding the hafnium carbide is very less because it is right now it has been under development. And the second reinforcement material we are going to add with the aluminum is the silicon nitride. So silicon nitride is one of the suitable reinforcement material when combined with the AMCs. Because the silicon nitride has a better higher temperature capabilities. Right now we are using in the reciprocating engine parts, the gears, we are using the silicon nitride because of its good oxidation resistance. And also it have a low thermal expansion. As we know, the thermal expansion means due to the high temperature, it will not change its shape or its structure. So that's why I have chosen this reinforcement silicon nitride. And you can see the density is 3.44 gram per centimeter cube. Because it has low density, it has good high mechanical strength, and also reduced weight to strength ratio and external thermal shock resistance. The silicon nitride exhibits better mechanical and anti-wear and anti-friction properties and could serve as a potential candidate material in sliding applications such as braidings, all those things. And down we have given the properties of the silicon nitride. The third reinforcement we are going to add is added here is the molybdenum disulfide. The molybdenum disulfide is the good tribological use for the tribological application, such as like for high temperature, especially because it is a lubricating material. It will lubricate itself, and the molybdenum disulfide is classified as the lambda solid material. Its molecular structure consists of one layer molybdenum and followed by one layer of sulfur. So that's why we call it as a sandwich type, so that this molecular structure has been arranged in a way of sandwich. And mostly in the bearings and the gear structures, this molybdenum disulfide is being added as a reinforcement for the self-lubricating property. Next, what are the WT percentage? What are the weight of reinforcement I have taken? I have taken total of the 4 specimens here. So specimens are mentioned here as specimen C1, C2, C3, and C4. So you can see here C1 is the base. That means aluminum 7075, where I haven't added any of the reinforcements, either silicon nitride, hafnium, or molybdenum. So I didn't add any. It is 100% pure base alloy. Whereas the composition C2, where I have taken aluminum 7075 with 2 weight percentage of silicon nitride, 0.5 weight percentage of hafnium, and 2 weight. So you can see here that we have taken the 4 composition with the different weight WT percentage. So this all weight percentage is being casted by using the stir casting method, which we called as the very effective method and also very low cost method. It has been all heated up to 800 degrees Celsius, and the reinforcement will be all stirred up with up to 200 RPM. Then finally, it has been used by using a die of 100 mm into 100 into 10 mm, so that you can see the image. This is what the final output of the composition. So likewise, I have taken the 4 compositions. And I have calculated the density and porosity of this compositions. You can see that I have differentiated the theoretical density and the experimental density, and also the calculated the percentage of the porosity. So as we know, as there is a report that the porosity level should not exceed 4%. If it is below 4%, it is acceptable. And you can see that there is a small this theoretical density and was calculated by means of Archimedes principle. Next, you can see the first test I have gone through for the mechanical property is the Vickers hardness, and the right side you can see the image is used to test the Vickers hardness and micro hardness tester. And the standard specimen we have taken is the ASTM E92 standard specimen, and maximum of 0.05 HV. HV is nothing but Vickers hardness load I have given, with a dwell time between every test is 5 seconds. So I have taken 10 tests for each specimen. So the difference between each test will be 5 seconds to avoid the repeatability of the result. And you can ask me that how this ASTM E92 standard, because this is the standard from the SAE, standard of SAE. So here the specimen is made by using the wire cut EDM method. That means you can see this one, the image here, After this one, I have gone to the wire cut EDM. So through the wire cut EDM, we have cutted the pieces based upon the testing. So you can see the result. That means based upon the composition, if the C1, C2, C3, C4, you can see the composition. That means the increase, the graph has been increasing. That means the hardness has been keep on increasing when we are keep on adding the reinforcement. So this shows a good result in shows a good result when compared with the base alloy. That means aluminum 7075 pure. When it is added with the reinforcement, it goes up to maximum of 156.8 VHN. This is due to the particle size differences, because the particle size of the reinforcement is larger when compared to the particle size of the base alloy. And tensile strength. The tensile strength, this is the tensile strength testing machine. So here we have taken another standard specimen. Here we have taken. And the maximum load we have given is 50 kilonewton at a strain rate of 1 millimeter per minute. So here in the figure, in the tensile strength, I will go directly to the image. So here you can see that the tensile strength, the composition C1 shows 152.67, where it keeps on gradually increasing to the maximum of 209.5 for the C3 composition. For the C3 composition, sorry, there is a mistake in the composition in this graph. That means C2, C3, C4. So C3 composition is 209.5, whereas in the C4, it has been gradually, it has been decreased. It has been decreased. So the decrease is due to the, you can see the decrease is due to the leading to the diffusion of the alloying elements and creating crack nucleation. Furthermore, due to the clustering of reinforcement particles with the matrix. Because, for example, a very simple concept, if you take any particle, if you break it, there will be if there is any glue is not tightened here like this, if the reinforcement is not good in nature, so it will comes to a break. It will comes to a break. So if it is strong enough, if it is getting a strong loop like this, so that the tensile strength will be good if more reinforcement is added. So to make this strong loop, I have come with a mechanism we called as the Orowan mechanism. So this Orowan mechanism will create a loop between these reinforcement particles. So like looping like this with the reinforcement particles, then there will be a strengthening of the reinforcement. Because this happens, this reinforcement will create a non-loop structure because of the thermal expansion in the base alloy, and also the clustering of the reinforcement particles. The clustering of the reinforcement particles also, because the clustering is nothing but the dividing of the reinforcement particles. So this Orowan mechanism will create an agglomeration. Agglomeration is nothing but a grouping of the reinforcement particles, which it will group it and it will make it strong. So the main important mechanism we need when we are keep on adding the reinforcement is called as the Orowan mechanism. So next test we have gone through is a fatigue test. This is the fatigue testing machine. So in the fatigue testing machine, we have gone to the tensile and we have gone to the tensile and compression cyclic loading. Tension and compression cycle loading means nothing but it is like tension is like this and compression. So that means it is like to and fro motion. In this to and fro motion, why we are doing is because when a component comes to an application, the complication will comes into to and fro. For example, a suspension. If a car is going in a bumpy road, you can see a tension and compression action will be going on. So we have to know that how much amount of cycle, how much it will bear it, how much, what is the life cycle of this particular component. We have gone through it. So for that, we have set a number of cycles, 10⁴ cycles. We have set it where the ratio of stress is R is equal to 0.2. and 52 cycles, and here we have given a test like 52 cycles, 60 cycles per minute. For example, per minute 50 to 60 cycles in tension and compression with a maximum of 60 kilonewton. So here the graph shows the stress in the y-axis and x is the number of cycles. You can see that the green color graphs, which it shows the stress has been maximum when there is maximum, when the cycle number of cycle is less. When the number of cycle is more, the stress is getting reduced and it comes to endurance limit. The endurance limit is nothing but, that means there is a no failure mode. The endurance limit is nothing but a no failure mode where it can bear up to more number of cycles. You can see the graph here, especially the third component, especially the third composition. You can see the number of cycles is completed is 17,653 cycles. It is completed, whereas stress is 52.421, and it is no failure. Whereas in others, there is a less number of cycles has been completed, where the stress is also maximum. You can see the stress is maximum, but number of cycle is less, and it comes into a result has failed. Whereas in the fatigue test, we can see that the stress here, this is the area paragraph I have given. As the stress decreases, the fatigue life of the specimen increases. This stress limit on material properties which shows the fatigue or endurance limit of the material, and it is no failure. Whereas in others, next we are going to the fractography. In the fractography, after the fracture, this is the same image we have taken after the fracture happened. You can see the A is nothing but the first image is the pure base alloy. After the fracture has been happened, you can see a small dimples, and also we called as a small pores. A small hole has been created. A small hole has been created in which it has been
Salman, your time up.
Small hole has been created.
You have to wind up fast.
Then in the second image, you can see the mixed fracture mode. That means either it is a ductile and also it is in the brittle nature. The both B and the C image, you can see the ductile and the fracture mode. The D image, which shows the crack initiation, you can see a small crack has been shown here because of the more reinforcement has been added. So this fractography, which shows after the fracture has been happened from the tensile and the tensile test. After the tensile test has been done, the fractography image has been taken. So here it very clearly shows that when the reinforcement is added, the material will show a friction maximum, but when it is added more and more, it will show a ductile, brittle nature. That means a crack initiation has been started. Next, we can see the same image of the material after we did for the stir casting method. And the stir casting method, we can see that in some images there are some cracks and porosity. Cracks and porosity is being displayed, and also the presence of the reinforcement in the materials. Like in the base alloy, you can see the small holes and the white layers. So these are the presence of silicon nitrate and the hafnium carbide. So this silicon nitrate and the hafnium carbide can be analyzed using the EDS. That means the presence will be shown. You can see here, this is the EDS analysis. You can see HF, silicon, molybdenum, then you can see the magnesium, that means zinc. So these are all the presence of aluminum 7075, hafnium, silicon, aluminum, the presence of materials in the
Salman, your time is up.
Here I have given the element and the weight percentage and atomic percentage of the components, which is calculated by using the EDS spectrum analysis. Then in the conclusion, I say that the micro hardness of the hybrid composite material is increased from 75.4 VHN to 156.8 VHN. When the tensile test is increased from tensile test also shows the increased value, but more the increased if the C4 composition, there is a brittle fracture due to the dislocation of the particles at the interface. The fatigue test is found to be increasing at the 5WT percentage of silicon nitrate and 3.5 MOS2, and the SEM analysis has been given and the factographic analysis. So previously there was a work given already. We have done a work regarding the wear behavior on the same materials of silicon nitrate, hafnium, and molybdenum, and it has been published. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for this.
Anyone have a question?
I think you should go for the next. No time.
Okay, now I invite RDV for presenting the paper Unsupervised Modified Clustering Technique based on a fuzzy set theory to categorize the real-life data.
Good morning to one and all. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
So not able to share my screen.
Okay, sir.
Now you have to quit, I think. Salman.
Okay, Miss Divi,
Now she
please
can.
share your screen.
My screen is visible, ma'am.
Yes, it's
Yeah.
visible.
Okay. Okay. I'm Dr. R. Devi, working as an assistant professor in Department of Mathematics, Pachapas College, Chennai.
Proceed.
The title of my paper is the title of my paper is unsupervised modified clustering technique based on persistent theory to categorize the real life data. The outline of my presentation is initially we have to know something about the basics of like introduction, and then the existing model, and then the proposed model, and then I have concluded this paper. This is the abstract of my work. The fuzzy means clustering algorithm is appropriate for segmenting data sets and is commonly utilized in real-life settings. The growth of huge data has posed numerous obstacles for clustering approaches. Due to their high density and execution time, traditional clustering approaches cannot be applied for such vast amount of real-world data. To address these challenges, we offer an unsupervised clustering method for automatically categorizing large-scale data sets without recurring labels, with a focus on the real-life data set. Experiments on real-life data sets showed that our suggested unsupervised technique performs well and has high precision. The outcomes reveal that the proposed approach effectively segregate the unstructured real-world databases into distinct clusters. Introduction. This paper is mainly based on the clustering techniques. So first, it is necessary to know about something about clustering. Clustering is the task of grouping a set of objects in such a way that the objects in the same group are more like each other than to the elements in the other group. Clustering is classified as an unsupervised method because it does not have prior group identities. There are basic clustering method that is called hard clustering. In hard clustering, there is a famous algorithm called k-means clustering algorithm, and then another clustering technique is named as fuzzy clustering. I'm working in that fuzzy clustering technique. In hard clustering algorithms, the membership vector is binary in nature because either an item belongs to a cluster or it does not. K-means is a famous hard clustering algorithm whereby the data elements are clustered into K clusters such that item belongs to only one cluster. Many real-world situations, there is no clear distinction between groups, hence fuzzy clustering is better suited to the data comparing with the hard clustering K-means algorithm. Fuzzy clustering is a form of clustering in which each data point can belong to more than one cluster. In membership grades are assigned to each of the data points. These membership grades indicate that the degree to which data points belongs to each cluster. The points on the edge of a cluster with lower membership grades may be in the cluster to a lesser. Let's use the fuzzy clustering algorithm as named the fuzzy means algorithm. This is the fuzzy means algorithm model. This is the objective function of the fuzzy means algorithm. This is the membership, and this is the fuzzifier M, and this is the data element, and this is the center of the cluster. By using this objective function, we have to calculate this membership value mu I k by using the Lagrangian method, because here this is the one condition that is named as equality condition. Summation k is equal to 1 to 3, mu I k is equal to 1. By using this condition, we have to calculate this value ui k, and then we have to update the center for each iterations. By using this objective function, we have to calculate this prototype equation. This is the basic fuzzy clustering algorithm named as fuzzy means model. This works well comparing with the k-means algorithm. But there are lot of flaws in fuzzy C-means algorithm too, because there are a random initialization of clustering centers, and then it is not differentiate the memberships for some data sets. That's why I have proposed this model. This is the objective function of my proposed method, and by using this objective function, I have to compute this membership value, and this is the condition to calculate the membership value, and this is the prototype equation, and this is the typicality value. For getting this typicality value, I'm using this condition, and then this is the weighted term. For calculating this weighted term, there is another one restriction, that summation I is equal to 1 to 3, Ci is equal to 1. This is the experimental work done on existed methods and our proposed method. This is the initially I have implemented the algorithm. Initially, I implemented the artificial data set into the algorithms. This is the artificial data, and this is the result of the existed method 1. Here the membership value varies between 0.1 to 0.6 only. The difference between the clusters, the membership value of each data element to different clusters is very less comparing with our proposed algorithm. And this is the existed method 2. Comparing with the existed method 1, existed method 2 is better, has given the better result. And this is our proposed method. This shows that our proposed method gives the good membership difference comparing with the existed method. After that, this is the real world data. This is the data teaching assistant evaluation data set. This is the scatter plot of the data set, and this is the correlation of the given data set. And this is the result of the existed method. In this teaching evaluation data set, there are 3 clusters. This shows the membership value of each data element to 3 clusters: the red, and then green, and then the black. These are the 3 clusters. This is the existed method result, and this is the result of the existed method 2, and this is our proposed method. This shows that our proposed method finds the good membership degree comparing with the existed algorithms. This is the comparison table and then comparison figure of the our work. This is the existed method 1. The clustering accuracy of the existed method is existed method 1 is 81%, and then existed method 2 is 89%. But our proposed method has a 97.2%. I'm using this Hilhart accuracy to calculate the clustering accuracy. And then the number of iterations, existed method took 11 iterations to complete the work. Existed method 2 has 8 iterations to complete the work. And then our proposed method take only 5 iterations to complete the work. This is a pictorial representation of this tabulation. Finally, conclusion. This study introduces quasi-kernel-induced fuzzy possibilistic C-means algorithm with weighted term based on the membership function, typicality technique, and kernel functions for cluster detection in real-life databases. This work showed experimental work on artificial data and then the teaching assistant evaluation data set to determine the efficacy of the proposed technique. This study demonstrated the preeminence of the proposed algorithm in grouping similar expression of variables in a benchmark data set by exhibiting reiterations count, and appropriately divided the clusters better than the existing method. And then the clustering accuracy is also higher than comparing with the existing method. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Where is the application of this one? Application of your work.
This is the application of my work. I have implemented my data, my algorithm into the teaching assistant evaluation data set.
Okay.
I have applied my algorithm into this data set.
Okay, thank you. Time up already because 12:05 is the time given. So I thank the organizers for giving this chance
Okay, sir.
to
Okay.
chair this
Thank you.
session. I thank all the presenters for the nice presentation. Only Salman has taken a lot of time. Remaining people were on time. Okay. So I'll hand out to organizers for the next program. There is another keynote speaker. 12:05, there is another presentation by Ashwini Gaikwad. Thank you, one and all.
Okay, next, I invite Ashwini Gaikwad for presenting the paper Stair Detection and Classification using Depth Neutral Network for the Visuality Impaired.
Yes, ma'am. Is my screen visible?
Yeah.
Okay. Good
Yes, it is
afternoon.
visible.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, all. I am Ashwini Gaikwad. I am MTech student at MIT World Peace University, Pune, India. And my paper title is Stair Detection and Classification using Deep Neural Network for the Visual Impaired. These are the points I am going to explain today. Life of visually impaired people is difficult. They require more help in their daily life. To make their daily life more comfortable, we have to develop more assistive models using the new technologies. These are the some papers which I refer. This is a literature survey. Objective. First, I check the database available for the stairs. There is a less data set is available, hence custom data set is created. From the literature survey, best possible detector I chosen and develop the deep neural network or deep neural model. This is a proposed system methodology. This is a block diagram for the staircase detection. Custom images are input to the system. Images are labeled using a label IMG application. These labeled images are given input to the faster RSN ResNet 50v1 pre-trained model. And once model is trained, the model is tested by giving and test images set. We get the upstairs and downstairs detection at the output stage. This is a block diagram of a staircase classification. Here, VGG19 pre-trained model is used. Once model is trained, by giving a test images, model is tested. Here, model is correctly classified upstairs and downstairs. For staircase detection and classification, Python programming is used and we done in Google Colab. These are the libraries used to design my model. Custom data set. This is a workflow of custom data set. First, availability of data set is checked, and if data set is not available, then custom data set is created and downloaded the requirement and dependencies of and selection of the classes, and selecting classes from the Google's Open Image V6 and downloading the images for each classes, and labeling of images and images are done, and visualization of labeled images is done. These are the sample images of custom data set. This is the data pre-processing. Once the data set is created, the next step we do the pre-processing. Images which are downloaded is in raw form, so pre-processing is done. These are some image pre-processing functions which are used, that is flipping, transformation, and data augmentation. Now here, data set is splitted in training and testing data set. Model is trained on training data set, and validation is carried out using a testing data set. Training data set size is 0.8 and the testing data set is a size is of 0.2. These are the deep neural networks which are used in my project. This is a performance analysis. Staircase detection output. These performance analysis parameters which I'm explaining. This is staircase detection output where the upstairs and downstairs are detected with a high accuracy. This is a training loss graph. At the start, training loss is high. As the training is in progress, loss gets decreases. Training is stopped at a 20K steps and we get the minimum loss. These are the performance matrix parameters. This is a classification report using a different pre-trained model like VGC 19, VGC 16, XE mobile net. We analyze the accuracy, recall, precision parameter. From this, we achieved the 83% of accuracy using the VGG 19. Hence, VGG 19 pre-trained model is used for our project. This is a classified output where the upstairs and downstairs are correctly classified by the model. And this is a conclusion where the faster ascent ResNet 50 model is used for status detection. A model is correctly detected the states as a upstairs and downstairs with high accuracy. And the developed model achieved a detection accuracy of 99% and classification accuracy of 83%. In future, this model can be used for real-time state detection with some alarm system. And this alarm system become more user-friendly for the visually impaired people for indoor and outdoor applications. These are the references which I used. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir.
Any questions from audience? Okay, thank you. No questions, then we'll call the next person.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Next, I invite Raunak Prasad for presenting the paper Infrastructure Evaluation of Affordable Housing Projects Built under BSUP Scheme, a case of Lucknow City.
You can start, Renik Prasad, start.
Sir Raunak, please proceed.
Renik Prasad, Mr. Prasad, you can start. You can start. Manipal University, Jaipur.
Please unmute Mr. Raunak. We can't hear you.
Mr. Prasad, any problem?
Mr. Raunak, is there any problem?
If is unable to present, we'll call the next person, madam.
Okay. Now, let's invite Maria Aurea B. Goreba for presenting the paper Growth Mortality and Recruitment Pattern of Adrena Potinata, Linus 1767 in Sorsogon Bay, Philippines.
This one for a while.
Is she available?
Maria,
Yeah,
Is she
I'm
available?
here. I'm here.
please proceed.
Wait, ma'am, I'm having a hard time sharing my screen.
Yeah.
Wait, ma'am. A moment, ma'am. Thank you. Can you see my screen?
Yes, it's visible. Please proceed.
Thank you so much. Today I'm going to discuss or to present my paper entitled Growth, Mortality, and Recruitment Pattern of Adrena pectinata, Linnaeus 1767 in Sorsogon Bay, Philippines. This is authored by yours truly, Maria Aurea Bigiriba, and my co-author is Maria Vivian C. Camacho. So maybe I skip this. Okay, for my abstract, so the stock assessment was the stock assessment study of Adrena pectinata in Sorsogon Bay was conducted, looking into the length frequency of 1,200 individuals of Adrena pectinata sampled for 12 months and analyzed using the Food and Agriculture Organization or FAO-ICLARM statistical analysis tools. And the growth estimates yielded mean L and K values of 36.90 centimeter and 1.1 year respectively. So the Adrena pectinata exhibits continuous maturation with peak month of spawning in September. So it was found out that the current exploitation level exceeded the optimum level, thus the Sorsogon Bay is over harvested. For the rationale, Sorsogon Bay is an important fishing ground in Bicol region for small pelagic demersal fishes and shellfish. It is considered an exotic delicacy and command a price from 60 to 100 pesos or from 1 to 2 US dollars per kilo. So basically captured from the wild using local fishing gears called hookah or compressor aided diving apparatus. So it is commonly called as comb pen shell or baloko. Very little works has been done to manage the stocks in the area, and assessment of the resources is necessary. And this work will provide relevant information to help fishery managers formulate rational management for resources. So for the description, for the conceptual framework, bivalves wild stock were influenced by the physical factor in the environment, natural mortality, and fishing mortality. So these pressures in the form of unsustainable fishing methods may lead to overfishing of breeding population, resulting to 1, reduction of young recruits that sustain the stocks population. Number 2, the inability to withstand the pressure to repopulate itself, leading to the collapse of the species population. And 3, disadvantaged shellfish industry along the province. For the methodology, the animal was measured monthly, taking note of the shell height, shell width for length frequency, for length weight relationship analysis. Analysis for length frequency were examined through least square linear regression, and length weight relationship were analyzed using power regression analysis. So for population parameters were estimated using the PSAT version 1.2 statistical tool package. For the findings, regression analysis between shell height and total weight of Atrina pectinata showed positive power regression with a high correlation coefficient value of R, having a value of 0.87. The result implied that the weight of the species was positively correlated with the shell height, and all allometric relationships were computed between sizes, wet weight measurement of pen shell or the Atrina pectinata. It is caught in along Sorsogon Bay, Philippines. The slope of height weight regression was found less than 3, or it has a negative allometry, and similar results were also reported for the scallop species in the province, in the previous study in the Gulf of Gerens in Aegean Sea. And in Lievok Bay of Brest, France, in fisheries management, length frequency is used in determining the size at age, and other analysis for marine organisms. It is easily measured, and existing program package developed is mainly for the analysis of land-based. For the size distribution of Atrina pectinata collected from the from Sorsogon Bay, Philippines, this figure shows the size distribution of Atrina pectinata measured from August to July 2016. It can be noted that majority of the catch from August to December had December 2015 had sizes ranging from 23 centimeter to 32 centimeter, while sizes ranging from 12.2 centimeter to 22 centimeter were mostly caught from January to June of 2016. So this shows that the Atrina pectinata are harvested right after they reach a year old. So which suggests that the collected or harvested baluko or the Atrina pectinata may have not yet contributed to spawning to increase recruits before they have been caught. This figure shows the growth curve traceable onto the length frequency. So it only shows that that 36 centimeter computed in this study represents the maximum attainable length of the bivalve stack if it is allowed to grow at its very old age. For the relative yield recruit, it shows that resulting relative yield at a given level of effort and also the impact of such level of effort to the overall standing stock biomass, yielding the 3 exploitation level indices. So it was found out that the resources is highly exploited, having 0.51, and the current exploitation is higher than the optimum level of exploitation, which exceeded the optimum exploitation by 26.06%. The estimation growth, mortality, and exploitation rate shows that So it shows that the asymptotic shell height is 36.90, which is near to the expected length of the animal if it is allowed to be to grow in a very old age, which means that the sample collected was realistic. For the growth constant value, it is a fast-growing organism, which reach its maturity at 1.1 year. For the current exploitation, the value is 0.51, and the estimated length at first capture is 19.44, which suggests that the organism is already mature. For the conclusion, regression between total height and weight was positive linear regression of with a value of 0.87. The average catch size distribution revealed that from August to December 2015. So the result implied that the weight of the bivalve has positively correlated with the increase of its shell height. Meanwhile, the average catch size distribution revealed that from August to December 2015, matured bivalves are caught on their 2-year life cycle. Thus, Atrina pectinata caught during the months of January to July 2016 were mostly of their first-year life cycle, since their shell height sizes ranges from 12.2 to 20 centimeter. So according to this study, length at first capture is 19.44 centimeter, largely than the reported size at first maturity, which is 0.81 centimeter in shell height. So the downtrend in average catch sizes revealed that the bivalves were caught at the onset of their reproductive maturity, thus can no longer contribute to stock replenishment of Atrina pectinata in the bay. This can be attributed to the open access scheme of hookah fishers from Sorsogon Bay and other compressor fishers from other areas. Institutional arrangement and stakeholders' consensus is of paramount importance to manage the critical Atrina pectinata fisheries in Sorsogon Bay. So for the recommendations, given the present status of the Atrina pectinata fisheries along Sorsogon Bay, Philippines, the general inadequacy of law enforcement to protect it, and the lack of local management mechanisms to protect important resources in the bay, it is imperative and immediate measures should be implemented based on the reproductive seasonality of Atrina pectinata in other studies. The analytical length-based stock assessment and year inventory revealed in this study that the following recommendation shall follow. First, a reduction of excess fishing effort to 21% following the prescribed harvested size of 22.5 centimeter, granting preferential use right to the registered fishers of Sorsogon to exploit the bivalve, and establishment of common landing buying station. So the size limit of 22.5 centimeter set by the city or the Sorsogon City is sustainable as it allows 2 to 3 spawning period for the bivalve, contributing to the recruits. So this in effect highlight fishing productivity within the regenerative capacity of the species. Then establishment of closed season from August to December when most of the bivalves are in breeding season. So this will ensure future stock and prevent depletion of the parent stock.
Thank you. Thank you. Time up.
Thank you so much.
Right. You can call the next presenter.
Okay, I will call again Ronak Prasad for presenting the paper Infrastructure Evaluation of Affordable Housing Projects built under BSUP.
Yeah, am
A
I
case
audible
of Lapan City. Yes.
Prasad, very much. Please, time is short. Please present fast.
Sure, sir. Sorry for the earlier disturbances.
No problem. You go for directly objectives on what you have done and conclusions.
Can you all see the presentation now?
Yes, yes. Come to the objectives.
Just let me put it into presentation mode. I'll be quick.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. So
skip all the preamble, come to conclusion is your objectives.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So my topic, infrastructure evaluation for affordable housing projects built under BSUP scheme, discusses the credibility of these affordable housing. This is also my research topic. I'm working as assistant professor with Manipal University, Jaipur for past 6 years now, and pursuing my PhD from MNIT Jaipur under Dr. Reena Surana. So I'll be talking about what affordable housing scenario is in India, and then BSUP scheme, and then the scenario in Lucknow, then observations and methodology, survey parameters, findings and conclusion. Quickly moving to what affordable housing is. Basically, affordable housing in India was introduced to bring a permanent housing for urban poor, providing and clubbed with basic services, security of tenure, and upgrading of current infrastructure, and creating a new housing units and making India slum free. So it was all initiated with the scheme named as Indra Awas Yojana in 1990. And since then, there was Urban Revival Mission also named JNNURM in 2005. And we are discussing one of the vertical of JNNURM. So going by the history of it, Government of India started to work on these housing policies back in 1988, and till now it is still working to answer the housing needs of slum dwellers and houseless population of our country. Currently, we are working on a scheme named PMAY, which was introduced in 2015. So we are talking about a scheme which is known as BSUP, or Basic Services to Urban Poor, to name it all, which was initiated in 2015 and was initially launched till 2012, then extended to 14, and then extended to 2017 in order to provide various different components, namely security of tenure to the urban poor, housing to urban poor, water supply, sanitation, and other social infrastructure such as health, education facilities, and other social security. So within these, 63 different cities of India were chosen under to be benefited, and one of the city was Lucknow. So we have taken a case of Lucknow because it is also my study area. So during this entire period of 2005 to 2014, a total of 5,570 houses in 23 different locations were built in Lucknow. If we just see this map and understand the location of these projects, you will see that these projects are located on the outer periphery. This red line is the city boundary of Lucknow, and you'll see that these projects are mostly located on the outer periphery of the city. If we see the division, there were three different kind of development under it. One is relocation. That means the project is being developed on a different land piece, and slums are being removed from that, and people are shifted to that place. 76.4% of the houses were built under that. And the second type of development is in situ. That means the beneficiary is having a land piece, authorized land piece, and the infrastructure development is done on that piece of land. And the third kind, which was only 3.2%, is in situ redevelopment, where the slum dwellers having land patta or land rights, the redevelopment were done on that land. So we conducted observation surveys so as to understand how these projects look after a period of 10 years now, and what problems do the people face. To keep it unbiased, we obtained two different methodology of survey. One is observation survey, and the another one is participation survey. So I'm only going to discuss the non-participation observation survey, which we did under this. So we created a non-participation observation survey. We identified few of the aspects under which this tool can be created. Then a tool having 13 parameters and 39 sub-parameters was created based on the kind of research which was done abroad as well. And further, the data in all three different typologies were collected and evaluated and compared respectively. So I'll just go by the broader parameters. One was the land use, under which whether the land was used for residential or non-residential purpose were described. Second was physical infrastructure, namely water supply, solid waste management, sanitation, and electricity. Third was social infrastructure, which included education, health, commercial facilities, and recreation facilities. Fourth was transportation and road network, transit stations, and access lanes to the project. Fifth was safety and security of the project, the people who are living there, and last one was communication network. So when we see the pictures will give you key idea how these projects look after 10 years of their completion. There are three different projects, and the pictures of all three projects are just in front of you. Most of these projects are incomplete in all respect if you see them, even after 5 years of their completion period. But majorly the land, if we see the land utilization, most of them were residential. If you see the water supply, yes, because water is the basic need, and after 5 years of completion, complete pipe network was provided to all three different formats. So this is the condition of water supply. Sanitation being one of the major problem, because there is no maintenance, of course. You will see sewers flowing everywhere. You will see choked soak pits. You will see choked manholes and overflowing of these open drains. So yes, it was there in the guidelines, but because of lack of this mechanism, a maintenance mechanism, the current condition looks somewhere like this. Yeah, apart from that, there is no mechanism for solid waste management. Only 11% of the project in relocation project were actually having a formal municipal bin. Otherwise, they now if you see these projects after 10 years, you'll see again a slum kind of situation coming up there. There is a picture where if you see this picture down, you'll see that there is a formal slum which is occurring in front of the housing projects. Then electricity, yes, because electricity is being provided by an external body. So all three different formats are actually electrified. Most of these projects are located on the outskirts. So, their accessibility to primary school, secondary school, or college, university is fairly very less. Most of these schools are located in a parameter of more than 3 kilometers range. Same is the situation with hospitals as well. The affordability of these people are very limited to the government hospitals, and most of these government hospitals are located somewhere between 1 to 3 kilometer range. If we see about the commercial establishment, yes, because over the period of time, people have been living here, and informal commercial facilities have been developed. So most of the daily needs like grocery, pharmacy, food establishment are there nearby, but there is no accessibility to any sort of entertainment, or even the banks are located beyond 3 kilometers. These are few of the pictures which shows how these informal commercial shops, because there is no formal arrangement of commercial shops there, so how these informal commercial shops are encroached upon the access lanes, which is already 4.5 meters wide. So there is no space of passing by. But if we see the condition of the people who are living there, there is no other option because there is no formal space. If we talk about the recreational facilities, yes, we does noted few of the parks and playgrounds, which are used as parking spaces, used as informal activities for pottery and carpentry or other things. So, but because there is no maintenance, because there is no marking of those land, so the entire recreational facilities are encroached upon for various purposes. If we talk about the transit stations, yes, the local bus stops are within a kilometer range for most of these places. But if we talk about the railway stations, or if we talk about something which is at city level, it is far more located far more than 3 kilometers beyond the projects. Same is the access lane. The width of the access lane varies from 2 meters to 4 meters in most of the project. It does not accompany you to keep four-wheelers, or even if there are two parallel four-wheelers passing by, it's not possible there. These are the pictures of the access lanes. You'll find few of the access lanes as small as 1.22 meters, as well as you can see here. And they have located the manholes within that, and having a face on right on the top, with two different open nalas, we call it nalas, or open drains on both sides of the roads. Okay, cellular network was fine amongst all the projects. So just chalking down the findings, if we talk about three different kind of projects, the in situ projects, we'll talk about the in situ project first, the one where development is done on the land. Most of these projects account for pakka houses, and the module is very simple. They just provided with a room, a small kitchen, and a toilet space. People, most of the construction are incomplete because there is still work pending with the washrooms and all, even 10 years after the completion of the entire project. There are missing components such as parks, community center, street lights. Most of these don't have those kind of facilities. Again, the width varies from 1.5 meter to 3 meter. It does not allow car to pass through it even today. If we talk about the sanitation and we talk about the findings of relocation projects, again, one of the major problems, these projects are, first of all, these projects are located on the outskirts of the city and are not connected to the central core or the business or the CBD of the city. Most of these projects have no gates. They are gated community, but we find no gates after 10 years of their completion. Soak pits, manholes, everything is overflowing. There is no mechanism for rapid cleanliness or maintenance of those projects. There is piling of waste everywhere. Parks are marked, but they are used for informal spaces. Again, lands are encroached for parking and shops. There are problems of crime, theft, inhabitation, renting, forceful evacuation, and everything on the social problems on the sites.
Sir, can you conclude?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So coming down to the conclusions, development of these projects promises to provide with basic services in the present conditions after 10 years of their project period. They are either non-functional or incomplete in most of the projects. but this can be dealt upon. If we talk about the project location, the selection of site is very important. It should be done keeping in mind the vicinity of the necessary services like health and education. Then construction is the major problem which can be dealt out, as most of the projects are incomplete in terms of their interior finishing and constructing elements. The regulating authorities need to review the projects carefully before providing the completion certificate to the developer and allotting it to the beneficiary. Then there is social infrastructure. Yes, there has to be dedicated guidelines which says that parks, playgrounds, community centers are important part of these projects and are supposed to be built in coordination. Maintenance is another problem, but the developer should be held liable for this for initial maintenance. There should be CSOs or RWAs formulated within the period, and a regulating fund or a corpus fund should be collected for periodic maintenance. If then encroachment is another problem. If we provide space for informal activity, marked space for informal activity like cattle breeding, potteries, carpentries, so we can avoid encroachment to a large extent. We can, in return, we can also generate income for the people who are living there. And the last thing is we need to do regular post occupancy review so as to understand what has gone wrong, what could be changed in the upcoming schemes, as we are still running a scheme and we are still yet to propose another scheme another year. So at last, I want to sum up by saying that there is need of designing policies and programs in a sustainable manner which aims at improving the living conditions of the urban poor and not just add a mere roof over their head. Thank you everyone. These are my references. And then
okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Nice presentation, Prasad.
Thank you, sir.
Now already time up. We'll wind up the session. I thank the organizers for giving this opportunity to chair this session. I thank all the speakers for the nice presentation. Thank you one and all. Because already time up, there is another speaker. Keynote speaker is waiting maybe.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. We'll wind up the session. Mehoy. Jayo Mehoy. Please close the session.
Okay.
We'll close this session. Now, no more presenters because there is another keynote speaker.
Okay, now we're welcoming keynote speaker 3. Next, I would like to Dr. Tahima Ajmal, Senior Lecturer in Engineering Electronics, Sensors and Data Analytics, University of Bedfordshire, Luton, United Kingdom, to deliver her keynote speech. Bibliography. Dr. Tamina Ajma is Senior Lecturer in Engineering at University of Bedfordshire with background in electronics, sensors, and data analytics. She has more than 2 decades of experience in designing and using optical sensors. She has developed sensors-related systems for a varied range of applications. But her focus has been on sustainability. Her recent projects include using sensors in food environment to reduce the food wasted and improve productivity of the systems. The impact of her research can be seen through her interdisciplinary outputs, including research publications in high-quality journals and research collaboration across the world. She is now passionate applying her skills on topics of sustainable digital transformation for society and businesses. Some of her recent projects are in precision aquaculture and reducing food waste and supply chain.
I am, as is usual in England, to start everything with the weather. So weather today is a little bit cloudy and a bit gloomy, but yes, that's fine. But there's something bright on the horizon. Maybe we might see a bit of snow tomorrow. Yeah, and without much ado, let me start with my presentation. Which is on the innovations in the food supply chain to support sustainability in the agri businesses. So here, this is me, Tehmina Ajmal. I'm senior lecturer in engineering at the University of Bedfordshire, and I'm co-investigator in this project that is called RIAMID, and my talk will be based on this project. And my colleague, Dr. Seher Ahmadazadi, has also contributed to this, and she is the research fellow in the RIAMID project, again from the same university. So this is a rough layout of my talk. It will start with an introduction to the RIAMID project, and then we are going to discuss the challenges, and the RIAMID solution. This was some motivation for this project. And what is the innovation in RIAMID? What is the innovation RIAMID which is going to bring sustainability in the agri-food supply chain? And then I will give an example of the demonstrations, the technology demonstrations or the pilot studies, as we say, are taking place in the RIAMID project, and some interesting results that we have achieved so far, and then finally conclusion, and I will leave a few minutes for you to ask any questions. Okay, so for a brief introduction to the RIAMID project, this is the full form for RIAMID, is improving resource efficiency of agribusinesses supply chain by minimizing waste using Internet of Things sensors, that is IoT. In addition, of course, we need to make sense of the data, so we need some kind of big data and data analytic technologies. So the total project budget is 4.8 million, started in January 19, and it is extended now. It was supposed to end next year, but it is going to end in 2023. It is co-funded by Interreg Northwest Europe program. So it is obviously in the northwest of Europe, which includes most of the countries are included are United Kingdom, Ireland, France, and the Netherlands, and there are 6 associated partners. So it includes some universities, SMEs, enterprises, businesses, business development agencies. We at the University of Bedfordshire are the lead partner for the overall project. So first of all, why supply chain, and why are we trying to focus on supply chain to reduce the food waste? And here's the reason. So the food waste, we know, is a global problem. As I'm sure everyone is familiar, at different stages of the supply chain, the food waste is happening. And this is particularly high in the more developed world. And because in the Northwest Europe region, especially, that's what our focus is on. And it is amazing to see, it is disheartening actually to see that the amount of loss that happens in the supply chain. So it is 88 million tons, or euro 143 billion pounds worth of food is wasted every year. That's a lot of food. And 35% of the food waste in the European region has occurred in the agri supply chain. So here is the kind of the indication of what is happening here. So if I can bring my laser pointer so I can show you a little bit over here. So here you can see that 6% of the global greenhouse gas emissions come from food losses and waste, and here this is the amount that is happening in the supply chain. And this is what we are trying to minimize or avoid or reduce by using the IoT and the associated data analytic technologies in the food supply chain. So let's see what solution we are suggesting. So here is the fresh food in the supply chain, which is coming from the supplier. It could be a farmer, it could be a market, or whosoever is at the start of the supply chain. And then we are seeing that food is on the move. It could be in the trucks, it could be in the trains, or it could be in a warehouse. It could be in anything. So we are not limiting it only when the food is moving. Even the warehouse, storage in the warehouse, that's also a place where a lot of food loss happens. And then, of course, it is going to the intended customer, which could be you, your home, or anyone who is going to be using it. So now what happens is that most of the food loss is happening here when it is in the supply chain, whether it could be coming in the truck or in the train, it could be in a flight, if it is international travel, or it could be stored in a warehouse. And that's where the majority of the problem rises, because at the moment, what happens is that in the trucks, when the truck driver is carrying the food, they have got no visibility of what is happening inside the crates or where the food is stored in the warehouse. So they don't know if the food is already going waste, if it is already spoiled, unless and until it reaches the intended customer. By the time they find that, oh, it has all gone bad, and it could could go only into the landfill. So what our intention is to put in some sensors in the supply chain. It could be in the truck, it could be in the train, or in the lorry, or in the warehouse. And the idea is to give the information to whosoever owns that food, whosoever owns that supply chain. So there are different kind of arrangements in different places. It could be possible that the food supplier was the kind of the agri-food supplier. They are the kind of the owner of the food. So they need this information. So they can make the necessary, they can take the necessary action on that. And with the sensors, of course, it is not only we are going to give the information to them, we also want some kind of decision making to be done on the spot, so that it is not only the data from the sensors, it is also the making the decision and giving this information a slightly cooked up information, so as to say, not only the raw information, which is the raw data coming from the sensors, which is given to the basically the owner of the food. Okay, and then this is of course fed back to the supply chain owner. It could be to the truck driver, it could be to the warehouse owner, or whosoever is in a position to make the necessary changes in the whole operation. So, in a nutshell, REAMIT uses affordable digital interventions, and affordable in inverted commas. What we have tried to do mostly is that we are trying to use the off-the-shelf sensors at the moment, like IoT and big data for reducing food waste in the agri supply chain. So the REAMIT approach is that we use sensors to monitor and record food quality along the supply chain. And we are at the moment using off-the-shelf sensors for very basic parameters like humidity, temperature, acceleration. Plus, in addition to that, we are also using some relatively new sensors, which are VOC, volatile organic compound, which is also sometimes used as another term used for this is the electronic nose, and carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, etc. In addition to that, we are also piloting some novel technologies, but their technology readiness level is, of course, much lower. So it is Raman spectroscopy, for example, 3D fluorescence. These are the technologies that we are piloting, that we intend to have a pilot based on that. At the moment, they're still going through their experimental stage till we are ready to deploy them in the field. So our proposal is that the waste reduction is achieved by informing the owner of the food at risk using data from the sensors. This forms the decision support system using artificial intelligence, AI, and machine learning tools. So we have got a very large number of technology demonstrations, as we call it, or another term could be used is pilot studies. So there are a large number of technology demonstrations that we are doing. Some of them are, I have mentioned here. This is online food supermarket in the Netherlands, NL, and WD Meats, that is a beef producer company, again in UK, in Northern Ireland. And then there's Yum Chop, that is African flavored ready meals, which is frozen food, and this is again United Kingdom. And then there's Human Milk Foundation, again United Kingdom. And these are all very interesting kind of demonstrations for the technology, for the REAMIT technology or REAMIT idea, so as to say, because each of them poses its own different challenges, and each of them is a slightly different way of testing the technology. Because one could be in the warehouse, or one could be when the food is on the go, or it could be just a liquid food, for example, in the case of the Human Milk Foundation. So let's see a little bit more about these technology demonstrations. So I'm going to start with a pilot test in Netherlands, which is with our grocery partner that is referred as Picnic. And so they have got the fulfillment center, which is from where, of course, they are not producer of the food, but they are the owner of the food. So this is their fulfillment center where the food is stored. And then from there, they are using their vans, or you could say some kind of trucks, to actually transfer the food to the destination, which could be a family. And this is how typically their trucks look like, which is loaded with all the crates that have got the food. So this is another way of looking at the whole architecture, more from the operational point of view. So this is what we are doing. This is the truck where we are transferring the food in the Picnic pilot study. And here we are focusing at the frozen and the normal food using your temperature and humidity and the shock reduction, that is the acceleration. And then this is transmitted using the LoRaWAN technology to the cloud, which would be, it is going to the cloud, and from there it comes to the big data hub that is the main server in the University of Bedfordshire, and from there the information is then sent back to the owner of the food. And of course, what we will keep doing is that gradually, as we progress, we will keep collecting all the complaints that come from the consumers. So that is going to feed in into our complete model that we will be developing, that we are developing. So another operational view of the whole of the pilot study, complete scenario. So this is what is happening here. So here is your crates. Crate A, 8. So basically, the foods are divided into 3 categories: the ambient, which doesn't need to be cooled down, and C is chilled, this is just cooled down, and then F is frozen. So ambient could be, for example, most of the time your cupboard food. It could be, for example, cornflakes or oats, which don't need to be cooled down. And then you have got among the cooled, it could be mostly your fruits and vegetables, which don't need to be frozen. And F is for the frozen, which could be, for example, for example, you are getting some frozen fruit or frozen vegetables, or you have got frozen fish, frozen meat. Any of them will be in the compartment of F. So normally these are divided into frames. So there are 24 compartments, and then there are 36 compartments. And this goes into the truck. And from the truck goes to the hub, which is 1.5 hour and a half. And then from there, it goes to the end consumer. Typically, of course, it will depend where the end consumer is, but it will be typically 2 hours time. So it's more or less a 3.5 hour time between starting and to the end. So there are certain restrictions on the on each of the crates. So the cooled crates, that is, all the chilled crates, which is at C, are during the process, the maximum temperature should be 5 degrees centigrade or 41 degrees Fahrenheit. In the fourth phase of transport, which is here, it could be maximum temperature will be 7 degrees centigrade or 44.6 degrees Fahrenheit. So there is no minimum temperature, except that the truck is never cooled below 20 degrees centigrade. So it is ensured that the temperature should be between 2 and maximum temperature should be 5 or 7, depending upon which phase we are talking about. For the frozen goods, the maximum temperature is minus 12 degrees centigrade. And the temperature inside the crate is minus 18 degrees centigrade for the product temperature. So how this works is that there's a personalized cooling profile per cooling box, depending upon how many of the ambient, how many of the cooled, chilled, or how many of the frozen are there. So this analysis of the outside weather conditions, which are combined with the data from the sensors inside the cooling box during the transport. And in addition, we will also take into account the complaints of the customers, which are linked on how the box was handled. Sometimes it does happen that all the temperature was maintained, but the box wasn't handled properly. So there might be some of the, for example, food loss because of some breakages there as well. Maybe some of the cartons got disturbed, got kind of broken during the time, which means the milk or the juice got spilled out. Here we are showing, so this is a typical crate with the grocery inside, and here you can see my my colleague from Visor, Imke, who is actually putting in the sensor. So you can see both of these sensors. One is put at the bottom of the shelf, one is put at the top of the shelf, because when you put it at the bottom of the shelf, it might just be covered with food and you might not be able to read the actual temperature. So this is the really the data, how it's going to come, how is it going to come. So each crate has got a barcode, which is scanned right at the start, so that we know which crate we are talking about and which temperature we are recording from which crate. And so these pictures just show the raw data. And this is how our complete data analytics platform is going to look like at the end. I'm going to talk about a little bit more of the pilots, some other pilots as well. So there is another pilot that we are doing is with the WD Meats, which is one of the beef producing company in Northern Ireland, and they have got the slaughter and processing plant all in one. And so we are doing 2 pilot tests there, or technology demonstrations. So to demonstrate the presence of bacteria on meat surface and prioritize this meat if necessary. For example, even cook it immediately and then maybe cure it in some ways so that the bacteria does not grow on that. So this is being used using a 3D fluorescence method. And another one that we are doing is the dry aging to detect the quality and the weight loss of food in the dry aging chamber. So what is happening there and how much is the food loss happening? How much is the moisture loss happening? This is being done by using the temperature and humidity sensors installed in these in this kind of the dry aging chamber. So again, here is the kind of the operational diagram for the dry aging chamber pilot, and this is the inside the whole of its grid. This is the typical sensors. Again, using LoRa technology, it is transmitted to the server where all the data analytics would happen, and then there's the alert which is sent back to the warehouse. So these are the mostly the kind of the raw data that we are getting from the dry aging chamber for humidity and temperature. So it is from the back left and the front left, and using that we can see not only see that how the temperature variation is happening across the complete chamber, but what impact it has got on the food. So this is a little bit of analysis being done using the data in MATLAB, a bit of a plot which shows the variation here. So you can see it is high on the front and low at the back. So this is the cooling profile that is shown. And so the dry aging chamber work, of course, we are still continuing that work. Another technology demonstration that we are looking at is that is a frozen food, ready meals. So they produce the ready meals with an African twist, a very interesting concept. So the food is frozen as soon as it's cooked, and it is available for sale, and then it comes with an instruction to microwave the food, and then from there you can have the yummy African delights, African Caribbean delights. So for this, in their warehouse and in their freezers, they wanted the sensors to be installed, because last time what did happen was that although the freezers and the fridges are supposed to be temperature controlled on its own, but for some reason there was probably a power outage or something, and that caused one of the freezers to be switched off sometime in the night. And then when they came back in the morning, that was the only time that they realized that, oh gosh, the temperature has been quite above the required limit. And as a result of that, they had to just dispose of the whole freezer load of food. And that was a lot of waste. So what this is going to do is that we are installing these sensors. We have installed these sensors, as you can see inside this green circle. This is how we are putting in the sensors here, and the sensors are installed in there, and what they are giving is that they are giving the continuous indication of the temperature. They just want temperature, nothing else. So they just saw temperature and sensor. So there is no sense of recording acceleration, because they are not, this is not on the move. So temperature and humidity sensors which are installed in the freezers, and from there we are collecting the data from there. So again, showing another picture of putting in the sensors here in the freezers, the yum job. And then this is the installation of the sensors, and again the data. This is how our final dashboard looks like. Once we have analyzed all the data, when the data is coming back, we are still in the stage we are getting the data, and we are trying to work out the best data analytics software to use with that. And so we have got many data analytics partners who are working on this data. So these are very interesting times. And then another very interesting technology demonstration is the Human Milk Foundation pilot test. So here, this is the excess human milk that some mothers can put in the can for the premature babies that need that milk, the mother's milk, and whose own mothers are either serious, or sometimes they are dead, or sometimes they cannot lactate, they can't produce milk. So it is really a charity organizations. This is a charity organization, and it is working to help the newborn and very born children who are born prematurely in the intensive care units and neonatal intensive care units to support their development. And again, here in this also, we have recording the temperature inside their units once they are transported. And that's again the data that we are getting, and we are trying to work on that data. And then there is some of the innovative technologies that we are doing. We are using cyberbar laser etching to actually etch the code on the fruits. For example, here the example is shown of an avocado, and then they are also trialing it on chicken also. So this is the overall view of the cyberbar pilot. And then another pilot is the Raman spectroscopy, where the Raman spectroscopy gives a kind of a signature of the product. Mostly this is being piloted on the chicken, and if there is any bacteria or any contamination present on the chicken, then this signature will be this fingerprint will be entirely different. So this is compared, and then from the store data set, and if the food or meat is spoiled, the signal is sent back to the food supplier. And this is again an operational view of the Raman spectroscopy pilot. And then there we have got another organic food supplier pilot that I'm afraid I'm running out of time, so I will just skip this a little bit. And then this is quite interesting, although, because it starts from the grower to the supermarket. So we have got the complete supply chain, food supply chain, where we are installing the sensors, and we are giving the control to the people who are responsible for that block of the supply chain. So this pilot is going to be very, very interesting for the Riamit project. So I'm just concluding my call, my talk here. So Riamit is a Northwest Europe project which is focusing on using digital innovations, and I would also say some disruptive innovations as well, because these already exist. So it's a kind of new application that we are bringing in for the existing technology in the agri supply chain, and it uses IoT and data-driven decision making to achieve its target of reducing the food waste. So it is already showing impacts in environmental, societal, economical, and technological aspects of the of the food supply chain and the agribusinesses. So thank you very much from me. And this is the contacts. If you are interested in contacting us about the participating, because we are also encouraging international partners. Okay, thank you very, very much. And thank you for listening and for your attention. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Tamina Ajmat, for delivering the keynote speech. Now, welcoming keynote speaker 4, I would like to welcome Dr. Shalis Iyer, Professor and Dean, CSE, IT Department, Ryan University, Ahmedabad, India, to deliver his keynote speech. Bibliography. Dr. Salish Iyer has a PhD Computer Science and currently serving as a professor with Ryan University, Ahmedabad. He has more than 22 years of experience in academics, industry, and corporate, 20 out of which 18 years are in core academics, He has one patent to his credit and is involved as an editor for various book projects with River Publisher Denmark, IGI Global USA, Taylor and Francis UK, and Betham Science UAE, a hardcore academician and administrator. He has excelled in corporate trainings, delivered expert talk in various AICTE-sponsored STTPS, ATAL FDPs, reputed universities, government-organized workshops, orientation and refresher courses organized by HRDC. Gujarat University research contribution include reputed publications, track chairs at ICD LARE 2020, Spenger Italy, IC Softcom 2020, IEMIS 2020 Spenger, ICRITO 2020 IAEE, ARISE 2021, FPSE 2021, and TPC member of various reputed international and national conferences, reviewer of international journals like Multimedia Tools and Applications, Springer, Journal of Computer Science, Scopus Index, International Journal of Big Data Analytics in Healthcare, IGI Global, Journal of Renewable Energy and Environment editor in various journals, expert talk on research-based topics in various universities and conferences, in addition to guiding research scholars as supervisor. He has also been invited as a judge for various events, examiner for reputed universities, is a Computer Society of India lifetime member and also serving as managing committee MC member, CSI Amibad chapter from 2018 to 2020.
Thank you very much for the brief introduction and for the welcome. Can I start with my session?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, fine. Okay, I'm just sharing my screen. I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Yeah, fine. And I'm audible clearly.
Yes.
Fine. I would just, before starting with my topic, I would just like to add a few things where my speaker who was earlier speaking, Dr. I think so, I don't recollect the name, but she had actually emphasized upon food related, IoT related applications for food and how to preserve the food, etc. I would also like to add one thing here that few of my PhD scholars are working on blockchain technology for food collaboration and how to actually track the food coming to you. So this is one aspect which probably can be added along with IoT, and we can see a lot of results, because right now, especially seafood or animal food or whatever, fish, etc., whichever most of the people are eating, they are not able to track from where they are getting it, what are the ingredients. So there's a lot of risk involved in eating seafood in particular, or food in general. So with this kind of mechanism of blockchain, if we can introduce in this particular technique, then IoT and blockchain can work wonders for doing this kind of preservation of food and tracking of food. So tracking of food is very important, from which channel it is going, so that we can also realize that there is no kind of in between, people have not manipulated anything, or the food has not been changed in any manner or such things, or it has not been a kind of you can say any filtration of food or etc. Any manipulation is not existing in that case. So this is something which probably we can add, and few of my scholars are already working on it. I would definitely be contacting madam for more collaboration in this particular project. Now, I'm here to talk about research and innovation for smart living. Before starting with this topic, actually, this is an interesting topic because one of my Bentham Science books, edited book, is focusing upon artificial intelligence for smart cities and smart villages, and that is under publication right now. Maybe in 1 month or 2 months, it would be available in the market. Along with this, I'm also editing a book for IGI Global Artificial Intelligence, Big Data Analytics and Visualization for healthcare related, that is smart wellness solutions. So that is also one book which is already in publication, that will also be very soon out. So these two are the books which I am focusing upon related to smart living or smart or intelligent cities and smart cities. Other than that, one more book which we have just submitted and which would be in publication or which would be out in the market by December or January 2022, December 21 or the January 2022, is green energy, and that actually is being published by River Publishers Denmark. So these three are the projects currently where most of the technology and research innovation for smart living solutions, because I feel that green energy is also one important component which would be seeing very fast growing field in the future for research opportunities. So with these words, I would just like to start my topics. There is a new innovation mantra which we call, because I'm talking about research and innovation. So innovation is the first thing I would like to talk about. Now, whenever we are looking at research, we cannot leave research entirely just as a topic where we are going to focus upon a technology to solve a problem. We also need to see how innovative it is. So there are normally innovation mantra is consisting of 4C. I've just modified and I want to add one more C to it. So the 4C consists of collaboration. Like this is a very disturbing situation right now. There are reports that there is a new variant of COVID, and that has affected South Africa in some degree, and it is spreading slowly to different countries. So during this time where we are expecting a second wave was expected, it is already gone through, and some are expecting a third wave. I hope that doesn't occur. But progress should not be stopped because of the pandemic, because of the different lockdowns. We have to collaborate with each other. So the first C that is basically very much useful for innovation is that we need to collaborate with different people around the globe. For my 3 projects, I have collaborated with different people from India, different leading academicians and industry people from abroad, including Denmark, including US, including Vietnam. These are the co-editors who are with me, involved with me in various projects. So this collaboration is very important. This is probably in the last 1.5 years. This is my 65th talk, if I am not mistaken, where I am as an expert speaker, as a keynote speaker for some conference or some expert talk or for AICT sponsored HTTP. So you can just see that I have made use of maximum of this pandemic for giving online sessions. Now, online session is something which actually saves you time for traveling. And if in real time, if offline session have to be given, then probably this would not be possible. So collaboration is very important, and collaboration is the key factor for innovation. Next is communication. You should be able to share your thoughts, questions, ideas, and solutions. This is very much true in research. I'll tell you about my research that I did my research in image processing, and I was involved in image processing related text steganography. I would like to specify there, where I am hiding text within text. Now, during that time, I came through a lot of papers in this area, a lot of research papers in this area. I contacted all the authors for getting the information from them regarding what tools they've used, how they have proceeded with it, because that was not clear in some of the papers. So out of 100 papers, 100 authors that I actually contacted, hardly one responded. And the response was that we cannot disclose this information. So this included Indian authors also, as well as foreign authors also. So probably I feel that in research, we are lacking communication with our peer teams, where we have a lot of people around who are working on that field, and we are not collaborating with them, we are not communicating with them because they are not open to communication. So communication is a very important thing in research, which should be followed, in innovation to be followed. Third is creativity, because we need to think differently. Critical thinking and creativity, both I would like to combine here. And this is something which actually differentiates your potential from others. So you need to be creative, and you need to do critical thinking. You need to think out of the box for solutions. And if you are able to do that, then probably you can have an innovation very soon, and research can be done in that area. Fifth one, which I would like to add, which I have not mentioned over here, is compassion. Especially with this COVID situation, the fifth term I've included, fifth C I've included, is compassion. Because when I talk about compassion, what I mean here is that there is a service to society which is involved in whatever you're doing. So you have to be compassionate in what you're doing and what it is providing to society. So you should not be always in a calculative mode that what I am getting, what you're giving is also very important. And when you are focusing upon your work, you have to be totally into it, and you have to give the result. So compassion is what I mean by that. And that is probably lacking in some of the researchers and innovators right now, because this pandemic time has made a lot of changes to the lifestyle, has not made a lot of changes to the thinking, and probably I think compassion is to be integrated into all these four C's to bring you good innovative results. Now coming to what I mean by smart living. I mean by smart living is that these are the AI transformations in the research areas that are currently very hot. First one is climate change. Climate change is a big topic where research potential is tremendous. And here we can have smart transport options. Again, that is an area where a lot of research is going on. Clean power, sustainable production and consumption, sustainable land use, smart cities and homes, which is my favorite topic. So climate change would involve all these topics for research. Biodiversity and conservation, you have sustainable trade, you have habitat protection. So again, a lot of diverse fields are there which needs to be brought together, and they need to be conserved. Pollution control is a very important parameter worldwide, especially if I talk about India. Actually, November, December, January is the time when Delhi, the capital of India, actually faces this problem of very polluted environment, wherein the air purity levels are quite down, and it becomes very difficult for the people to manage the things. So this is biodiversity and conservation which we're talking about, and a lot of research is being carried out. A lot of research needs to be carried out on these areas. Healthy oceans, again, during the pandemic time, our air quality had increased a lot because lockdown was there for 3 months in India. So we found that a lot of purity, lot of birds, new birds came into the ecosystem which were not actually existing in the lakes, etc. And the quality of water, everything improved. Pollution also reduced considerably. So these are all the benefits of having a healthy environment. And healthy ocean is where again technology can be used to good effect. This is where research opportunities are tremendous. Water security. Now, what I mean by water security is not just uh, securing water, that water should reach each and every household. I mean here is that water should be saved also. So you can have water meters employed, you can have water efficiency calculated. We can have societies implementing this household fundamental idea of water conservation. So water conservation and security is a big area, because by 2025, the survey says that we would not be left with usable water. So if that is going to be the case, it will be difficult to maintain basic hygiene, and drinking water would also be a big problem. So we need to look at research in this direction from that angle. And AI, IoT, both these combined can play a great role in conserving water, in detecting leaks, and providing a suitable water environment where we are not facing these challenges. Clean air, as I've told you that in Delhi, there was a helmet which was an innovation actually. Here I'm combining innovation because they have used a lot of technology to make a helmet, and that helmet actually purifies the air. When you wear the helmet, you're going on your bike, it purifies the air, and what you are inhaling inside is pure oxygen. So it's filtering and capturing the oxygen and accordingly giving you proper oxygen for breathing. It is also fitted with a charger for your mobile. It is also fitted with a kind of mechanism where you can receive your calls without having to pick your mobile. So all these mechanisms are there. A lot of other additions are also there, but these are the primary components which are present. And this was priced at around 3,000 rupees, Indian national rupee, or you can say INR. So 3,000 rupees was the charge kept, and the first 3 months itself there was a huge demand for this, and there were waiting of almost 60 to 70,000 helmets. Orders were given and they were not able to deliver, so they are in the process of delivering it. So what I mean here is that innovative solutions can help a lot in maintaining clean air also. So that is an area for research and innovation that I would project. Weather and disaster resilience. Now, in various parts of the world, we have seen that a lot of cyclones, a lot of such disasters are happening, earthquakes, etc. I'm happy to share that in India we have such a mechanism developed through the meteorological department where they are able to predict such kind of uh, disasters in advance, and we can evacuate the people from the seashore, etc., from the prospective areas where there can be a lot of damage to human as well as to uh, the wealth, etc. We can actually shift most of them to safe locations, and this in the last at least 8 to 10 years, this has led to a great savings as far as human life is concerned. So these predictions and forecasting is becoming more accurate, and that IT, that is AI, is too much used, and AI is one of the major component that is used. So these are all the AI transformations which we are talking about, along with IoT and blockchain, which can help develop this ecosystem. Now, one more area where most of the, during this particular pandemic time, what we faced is that logistics was one area which was affected. Whether it is vaccination, logistics, vaccines to be transported, or any kind of goods to be transported, we found that we faced a lot of problems. Many of the logistic related solutions were not readily available. They had to be arranged, right? So these are areas where huge advancements are taking place in the logistics in improving the supply chain. One is IoT, Internet of Things, because you can have a lot of transparency regarding whatever mechanism we are following right now. We have automated guided vehicles. Now, this is very much appropriate for current times, because in whenever there's a lockdown, we don't have people to as drivers to actually communicate. We don't have people to offload the things. So if we have automated guided vehicles, we don't need drivers. We can directly the goods can reach the location. So that is one advantage. Second advantage is that we can have robots who can actually do the work of um, or you can have cranes also, robotic cranes who can actually do the work of delivering the goods to the particular house from the vehicles. So all this is very much possible using robotics and automation and automated guided vehicles. Uh, we also have robotics. We have drones which are replacing regular operations, not only for logistics, for agriculture also. I'll be coming to that very soon. AR and wearables, where a lot of wearable components are there, and 3D printing has also been a great support for this particular application. When we talk about 3D printing, in COVID, 3D printing has been involved in has been used in a lot of such applications which we are finding. So AR and wearables, augmented reality, virtual reality, these are entertainment solutions also, and they can give a lot of effects to a lot of other applications also. So these are areas where a lot of research is going on right now. Machine learning is a very important area, as I've already talked about in the last slide about AI. Anticipatory logistics, again, these are where analytics are used in a big manner to anticipate delivery time and reduce the delivery time. Many times it happens that you are placing an order on Amazon, you're getting the particular product before time. Now that is possible because of anticipatory logistics and combining a lot of routes. So that is done by big data predictive algorithms, and that is the solution which we are able to achieve. And network optimization is also a great game changer for this particular logistics sector. Last mile delivery is again where it will track your location and deliver to your particular and you can also track the location. So ultimately what I mean here is that logistics is undergoing a huge change going forward. Now what can educational institutions do? This is one university which I call as Chula. I've just taken that slide from their presentation. So I would like to acknowledge that this is not my own creation. This is taken from there. So they have developed some they have developed some solutions for COVID. They have developed a robo COVID actually who would take care of attending to patients. In the COVID wards, actually patients are there. There are nurses, there are doctors who are going and meeting the patients, and they are giving medical treatment to the patients. Now, for most of the things, wherever possible, this robo COVID is used so that there is no interaction between the direct interaction between the nurse and the patient. So there are less chances that there would be kind of spreading of the disease. So this is also possible through robots. Most of the primary tests can be done by a robot, and it can give the results to the doctor, and then the doctor and nurse can decide how the treatment should go. And wherever involved, wherever required, only they can be involved. So this is a very good step of introducing robo COVID, and they have done it successfully. They have a strip test service which gives the result within 10 minutes whether COVID positive or not, which normally takes 1 day or 2 days, sometimes few hours also to detect. Face shields are designed, so they have designed face shields and they are very effective for preventing infection spread. Shield or protecting spray for fabric masks. Again, masks are manufactured on a large scale and they are costly also, so there can be some protection for masks. That different fabric masks can be protected using this spray. So this is also an innovative solution. Negative pressure cabinets. Now this is particularly useful where there is unavoidability in contact between the customer and the maybe the service provider. It may be a hospital or it may be any other place. So there are negative pressure cabinets where there are less chances that the person standing on the other side of the cabinet would be affected. Then we have a spray dispenser and a device for maintaining the hygiene properly and disinfectant management. Lung care application where there's a mobile application where if you just blow, it will give you the status of the or your lungs, and then that will be sent to the doctor also, and doctor can give you medicines or prescribe what is the treatment method. Remotely, you are sitting at home, you don't have to go to the doctor. So these can be the savings that can happen. Now, then next is a willing application where you can donate directly during this pandemic to anybody through this application. So these are the innovations conducted by this university. Why I'm reflecting this is that this is where we can also contribute and we can make a change to the entire ecosystem in particular. Now, these are some of the areas where innovation has taken place in higher education. Because I'm from the education sector, so I would like to highlight the education sector also. It's a smart living solution which we are looking at, because learning or teaching learning process is also a part of our smart living process. Most of the applications have been online up till now. 3D printing is one area. VR has been implemented in education in a big way. Smart data analytics. This is being used very effectively by teachers in higher education. Right. So these are some of the areas that I would like to highlight here. Video streaming with the help of internet being faster and internet facilities being improved. We have seen that video streaming also has been an effective way of improving the education system. and improved learning management LMS solutions which have cropped up. So that has also been very much effective. And many of the leading uh, service providers in education have actually given open courseware and training free of charge, where they are not charging anything to the students. So that has been a great help to the students for preparing for the future, sitting at home. These are some of the disruptive technologies which are going to make a big change going forward. Mobile internet definitely is required. Cloud technology, lot of changes are coming in this. Fog and edge computing are slowly replacing cloud in a big way. Internet of things, as has been already reflected earlier also. Advanced robotics, which I was talking about a little bit while ahead. 3D printing, a big change, game changer for the future. Autonomous and near autonomous vehicles. Now, this is one area where you will find lot of investment and lot of innovation coming, lot of research coming in the future. Advanced materials is also going to be a big industry going forward. Energy storage, again, we need charging for various devices, so we need to store our energy, we need to save our energy properly. And energy storage can also be a big uh, research area going forward. Renewable energy or green energy, which we call automation of knowledge work, again here AI, machine learning, everything is coming into this. And oil and gas exploration. If we are focusing upon renewable energy, then we will need oil and gas in a less quantity. So that can be an area where we can think about um, the future changes coming in. Next generation genomics is where we are talking about DNA sequencing and all that for meeting the diseases that are coming and how to counter them. So this is a big area where a lot of investment and a lot of you can say efforts are being placed by researchers. And 3D printing, as I told you. So all these areas are very important for us for the game, changing the entire environment and for providing a suitable ecosystem. So these are some of the startups. I'll just skip the slides. These are the negative pressure isolation room I was talking about. This can be very useful for small uh, places also, because in India or in various parts of the world, we have some slums where there is only one room. Now, if there are 4 people living in a room, and if somebody is to be isolated, then this small cabinet can work as a isolation pressure room. So these are the various effective healthcare systems that have been developed. Now, I would just sum up my presentation in 5 minutes, because this is where my focus would be for the entire presentation. So pan India smart solutions, when I'm looking at a smart city. What do we want? We want e-governance and citizen services. Now this needs to be delivered on time and to the satisfaction of the clients or citizens. Now, so this can be one area where a lot of solutions can come, a lot of research can be done. Waste management is the second one. Waste management is very critical, and right now a very pertinent problem is that a lot of waste is that they're not being recycled properly, they're not being converted properly, they are not being used to good effect, and they're creating a lot of problems from the health angle and hygiene angle also. So how to deal with this waste management? There technology can use, we can have different dustbins, we can use IoT sensors for doing a lot of segregation of the dust. We can have robots doing the segregation of the waste into wet waste and dry waste and various other e-waste, etc. So that can be done. Water management, which I was talking about earlier, smart meters and management. A lot of societies have already implemented this. A lot of people have already started using water meters, and they have been successfully using this and reducing their bill of the society and also saving the water in this particular regard. Leakage identification is very important. So this can also be done using sensors and using AI and machine learning, and then visualizing the entire result on the effective use of water management solutions in the societies and in cities also. So this is how we are moving forward. Energy management, energy efficient and green buildings, how we can build more energy efficient buildings where you're not consuming more energy, how we can have smart meters and management, how fuel consumption can be reduced. All this can be a part of energy management. Then you have urban mobility, or you have smart parking. This parking is a big problem in most of the cities. In villages, still we are not being affected by it. So smart parking is a big challenge, and we are moving towards this. A lot of research is going on, and traffic management is also an important aspect which we need to focus upon. Other than that, other areas are incubation and trade felicitation centers, where we are at a government level, at an institute level, we are trying to promote more incubation centers, more innovations coming through. And that is going to be a game changer for the future, because by 2025, 2030, India will see more job givers than job seekers. Skill development centers for skill development in technology sector in particular are being set up in a big way. Robotics, as I told you, that there's a huge role of robotics in the future, and it can minimize the errors or delays. It can increase the productivity. It can increase the value chain, improve the value chain. It can enhance the customer experience. And a lot of people have been using robots at home, at different hotels, etc., and they are finding good results. Even in schools, they have been using robots. I've attached some pics regarding that. Potential to reduce operational costs. Our operation one-time investment is there, but otherwise the operational cost is going to decrease considerably once you start using robots regularly. So robots can be used for VR robots can be used for toilet cleaning also. Garbage sorting robots are there. Then agri bots. So farmer doesn't have to go to the field; he can directly get all the things done. These are all smart solutions where sensors are being used. Smart AI and IoT. I've just given a model where we have worked on this, and we have also a paper on this where how we can do waste management properly using AI and IoT. So this is just a diagram representing that. And a lot of changes have come in the way the waste management is being dealt with right now and before a few years. So this can be still made more efficient with the help of reduction of IoT sensors. If government gives support by reducing the IoT sensor charges and various other solutions, then it can be very much effective in providing very cheap solutions for the people. So this is how it is taking place. And all the data is being given to the city council, recycling plant, manufacturing plant, and health and safety authorities. So even customers are getting this information, citizens are getting this information, and all other entities are also getting this information. These are robotic police actually who can be used for such places where mobs are there, and physical injury to a police person can be saved through this. AI powered robot assistant for hotels, that is valet parking would also be done by the robot only, so you don't need any particular security guard there. These are humanoid robots. These are used in schools in Japan, India, and China also. This is a image where Indus International School, Bangalore, has used this robot to. This lady standing there is actually a robot, humanoid robot, who is teaching the students. So very soon you will find that teachers are being supplemented, not replaced by humanoid robots. These are all certain applications which I was talking about. I am working on a project right now. We are waiting for the funding call, and very soon we would be starting work on humanoid robot implementation in rural schools, village schools. And this can be very much useful because teachers are in scarcity right now. There are very few teachers are being used for other work other than academics. So humanoid robots can take the place of teachers, and they can actually be effective enough. Military applications also we can use robots. These are for healthcare, elderly care also. Robots are there. Elderly care robots can be used. Schools are being using it. And there's a vision of 1 lakh digital villages as said in the 2019 budget, in Indian budget. So probably this is where maximum opportunity for innovation and research comes into. This is the idea of a smart village wherein farmers are sitting, they are managing the operations of their field, using a laptop and using automation. So Pura providing urban amenities in rural areas. These are all the areas where IoT can be used in smart villages. This is an implemented project in various countries where we don't need a branch, but rural farmers can get the benefit of a mobile branch, and everything is done with the help of such devices. So you don't need a bank to be there physically. You can have a mobile banking system where people, bank officials are going visiting that bank and visiting that village and getting all the same things done that a branch does through such kind of technology. Plant care is one. Agriculture is a big application of technology, and understanding how wireless sensor networks can help in plant healthcare. So there are moisture sensors. There are different sensors which are connected to the leaves, to the plant, to the root. Soil testing also can be done. This can be very instrumental in the coming days. Cows, stray cows are there. They can also be monitored. Drones are going to be the future, because through drones also we can monitor the fields and monitor the different cities. That can also be done. So these are some of the applications of drone where it can be used. It can be used for monitoring. It can be used for various actions like mapping, spreading. It can be used for analytics also, because that results can be very much useful for taking decisions. Now this is my idea of a smart farm. Right? This is a conceptualized image, and this is how farms are going to be in the future in India and abroad also. So this is a farmer. He is not a corporate officer. He is a farmer sitting here, and he is monitoring his farm activities from his on his fingertips, from sitting over here in his office, and all the farming data is coming to him. Cows are having RFID tags, so cows also are texting details to him, and all the details are received over here. Drones are there, agri-bots are there, right? Smart tractors are there. So farmer, image of a farmer who is actually always toiling in the field, that is soon going to change. And this has happened because this effectively, I was in one of the panel discussions of Stanley College of Engineering for Women, and there along with me one more panelist was an IBM scientist, and he was disclosing that in Bihar such an experiment has taken place wherein a farm was not productively yielding any crop, and with the help of IoT and sensors and IBM technology, they have actually made it profitable by sowing such crops which were not actually being used earlier there. And per acre they have, that has resulted in a profit of 80,000 for the farmer, which was earlier not generating any revenue. So these are the changes that can happen in the future. So these are the problems where IoT can help and smart tagging can help. Blockchain, AI, IoT, all the three combined would help to give authenticity to the product, and a product can be finally reaching the people in a more organic manner, in a more healthy, hygienic manner, and we can have omit the in-between partners who are actually adding some things, like suppose the grains are there, they may add stones to the grain. If the tracking mechanism is there, then that can be done very easily. So that can be stopped very easily. So blockchain is a very important step of inclusion over here, which we can do. Now, there are some constraints which are stopping IoT implementation in the Indian agriculture scenario. One is that funding is a big problem for Indian farmers. So they are not able to get funds. So government has started funding, but it's in a very limited scale. So that is a major problem that we are looking at. Small dispersed land holdings. There are more small farmers rather than large farmers. So if farmland is more, then the cost would come down. But here, many small farmers are there actually, and they are not able to have that much investment into this because they have small lands. So sometimes the affordability of the technology is very high. I mean, affordability is not there because it's quite costly. So we need to have technology which can be incorporated in the villages at a very cheap cost, and that needs to be a cost viability calculation there, and that is where government can also step in and reduce the duties, etc., on the goods that are used for the technologies. Privacy and security concerns are there because all the data is being shared with different people. Internet connectivity and availability, though this is slowly being removed, but there are some connectivity issues in some regions which needs to be sorted out. Low awareness of IoT devices and system among the consumers. Now, farmers are not knowing about it, so they need to be trained regarding it. And there are a lot of environmental impact of the use of technology if it is not known properly. So there are a lot of issues which are governing or which the farmers is facing, and these issues the government needs to step in and sort out so that it can be done. So this is how we can go about it. We can ask every particular NGO or maybe a particular company to adopt a village and bring about a lot of changes into it. So that can actually bring technology in a big way. Just like ICICI Bank has adopted a village and made it a smart Wi-Fi village, right? Where banking services, everything is offered online and there is no cash transaction. This is in Gujarat, it has been done. So these are the practical solutions which can be done with the help of corporate involvement. So these are the references. So my final word would be stay socially connected and observe physical distancing. Now, if any questions, I'm open to that. I think I've exceeded my time by about 5-10 minutes, but
Anyone have a question? Okay, so thank you, Dr. Charles Ear, for delivering the keynote speech.
Maybe if I can speak something, if I am hearable, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because I have a long connection to you because I'm talking to you from Europe. I'm very glad to listen to your presentation. As you presented us this problem with smart technologies, because the many people living on a small planet, and from this reason we need fastly use different unknowns up till now solution for preparing the good sustainable standard living all people in Europe. Of course, we have many problems because in some countries are richer, some countries are cheaper. It's a main problem how to prepare the flowing of money between this country to growing up in the same level and living. We need to prepare for all people on similar level because for example, now in Europe, we have many problems with our European Union border, as you know, because many people want to come here to live as normal people with normal conditions. We understand them, but Europe is too small to be place for all people in the world. We need to cooperate together very fast to prepare the right places for all of us in this planet. Thanks for your good presentation and
Surely.
It was very interesting. Thank you.
Surely, sir. This is why I told that collaboration. The first slide that I started was with collaboration. Now, normally there is no collaboration as far as these problems solving is concerned. Like all are working individually. Instead of that, if there's a collaborative effort, it can make a lot of difference to the solutions and maybe the viability of the solutions also.
Thanks so much.
Right.
Now we are going to the next step of this meeting. Now we need to start the technical session too, yeah?
Okay.
Okay.
I welcome all the participants of technical session 2. I would like to welcome our session chair, Professor Dr. Hab Engineer Jerzy Sigmansky, Professor Electrical Drives Industrial Electron, Kazimierz Pulaski, University of Technology and Humanities, Random Poland for this session.
Okay, thank you for your invitation. We have now 5 presentations, and because we have only 50 minutes, I address my request to all presenters to be in time, 10 minutes only for one presentation. Try to be in time. First presentation will be on title Development of Agriculture Spying Drones prototype for coconut battle where we will control. And its presenter will be Kanchana Dowden. Please, floor is yours for 10 minutes, how I can say.
Yes, I try to open or I cannot share screen now. I cannot share screen now. Are you hear me?
I can hear you, but I haven't the screening.
Okay.
Try to access your screen.
Yeah, it's all right.
Okay, sorry. Yes.
So everyone see my slide.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. But
So,
but put on the button on full screen because we have the.
It's full screen now, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kanchana Dowden. So today I will present the title is Development of Agriculturing Spraying Drones Prototype to Coconut Beetle Review Control. This is the research. Our research, we have the 6 persons in our teams. 1 is me. Number 2 is อาจารย์ธนวัฒน์สอนเนน Dr. ธนชัยพันธ์เกษมสุข Dr. ปวีรศักดิ์เอื้อวิริยากุล Miss Suripon Singam, and another one is Mr. Suphanat Nikota. So the topic that I talk today is about the first one. I will talk about a little bit about introduction. The number 2, we just do operation system design. And the next topic, we talk about the hardware connection.
Sorry. Put the button for full screen presentation.
Yeah, a moment, please. Sorry. Put the button.
No. On this.
กดให้มันเป็นเต็มจอ
Below your presentation, you have the button.
ตอนนี้
ตอนนี้เต็มจอแล้วใช่ไหมคะ
ยังค่ะยังตอนนี้ยังไม่เต็มจอไม่งั้นต้องแชร์สกรีนใหม่
โอเค wait a moment
ลองแชร์ใหม่
please แป๊บนึงนะคะ
And change the screen for full screen presentation because we
I think maybe she has to share the screen again and then maybe she can do the full screen.
Stop share.
Yes.
So I try to
first. And share again.
Yeah. So okay. บอกด้วยนะคะโทษที
ได้ค่ะ
แล้วก็
ลองกดเต็มจออีกทีหนึ่งค่ะข้างล่าง
กดเต็มจอข้างล่าง
Because we haven't time to take more experiment. Please continue your
ได้ยังคะ
presentation.
เดี๋ยวรอแป๊บนึงยังไม่เต็มเลยค่ะ
อ๋อ you share screen
ตอนแชร์ยังไม่แชร์แบบเต็มนะคะตอนแชร์เปิดธรรมดาก่อนแล้วค่อยมากดแชร์สกรีนแล้วค่อยมากดฟูลสกรีนอีกที
กดแชร์สกรีนตรงไหนเอ่ยเดี๋ยวนะ
ไม่ตอนแชร์ยังไม่เต็มจอค่ะ
stop sharing okay please เอาใหม่นะคะแชร์สกรีน
ยังไม่ต้องเต็มจอนะจ๊ะ
โอเคค่ะแล้วก็แชร์ตรงข้างล่างขวาใช่ไหมคะ
ตรงแชร์สกรีนตรงเขียวๆอะค่ะเราก็ค่อยกดเต็มจอก
ดเต็มจอนี่คืออย่างนี้เลยใช่ไหมคะดับเบิลคลิกหรอ
ลองไปตรงข้างบนก็ได้ค่ะข้างบนซ้ายสุดอะค่ะอันที่5ค่ะข้างบนซ้ายสุดอันที่5
บนซ้ายสุดอันที่5
ค่ะ
เอาใหม่นะคะแชร์ใหม่
แชร์ยังไม่เปิดเต็มจอนะคะตอนแชร์สกรีนแชร์ธรรมดา
Okay, because we have no more time to prepare the technical aspect of your presentation. Present us your presentation like oh, just now you have a full screen presentation. Okay, thanks.
Full screen?
Yeah, it's good.
แต่มันไม่ไปอะค่ะโอเคนะ Okay, can I continue?
Yes,
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. Yes. Okay, the introduction. The coconut is an important cash crop on the southern province and the coastal area of Thailand with an area of more than 160,000 hectares, an increase of 80%. So the total is more than 500,000 tons for domestic. So the difficult of prevented and experiment in this nature of the tall coconut plants and the level of wind speed in the coastal area affect the high labor cost. So this research developed the agriculturing spraying drones prototype for coconut bitter weevil controlled by spraying directly to the coconut shoots. The development of spraying system to get closer to the top of the coconut and cover the leaf area as much as possible. Then the result research developed drone based on the idea of the real-time video. And the research team designed the autopilot system, allow the drone to learn and recognize its operation in an identical area. So that is the next topic. We talk about the operation system design. The coconut beetle you see here, and that is the beetle, or we call the insect. So the methodology that we asked to present that today is about the working less than 20 minutes and fry doing 20 to 30 minutes. And they contain less than or equal to 40 liters. The operation designs that I'm talking about an explanation for that. They have the operation design. They have the two color. The input block consists of number one, drone propeller control unit. It is the block yellow. Here is the yellow block. The main power supply is 44-volt battery, supply power to two sets, which is the brushes, motor control and speed control, which control both speed and direction, with the motor exit in link of the propeller. The blue block, here is the blue block, use the 5-volt power. The main ECU is Arduino board, which has 6 input ultrasonic sensor module. It is attached to all 6 assets to model, each asset in a brush sensor. And the smart IP camera. That is the smart IP camera. We send the insect and take photo in 2000 million pixels. It uses more than detail, but we choose them because we are choose necessarily enough for the device. And the next one
yes,
is.
You have some question because I didn't.
So can I continue? Can I continue? The radio receiver serve the receive information from remote control from radio master link. It is manual radio control, but if autopilot use main the EDU. Yes, we have the two types of that. We have drone of two types. One is the manual and another one is autopilot. So autopilot will record GPS based area and fly the same record point. DC to DC is a wanted converter from 44 volt to 5 volt because control set use only 5 volt. And then the output set consists of the open link CC3D applied to flight only mode and solid state or SSR to control the on-off switch of the right, control the high pressure pump, gas way injection. And the next one is this is show the hardware design from the block. We design the operation system designs and we do the hardware following them. We have the smart IP camera, we have the digit here and ultrasonic sensor module and the main power supply. And all of things is we design from the diagram that we show. The identifier of UAV, spreading speed, the diagram. All of this is normal flight function. It consists of remote master link in the remote control. UAV is a drone. Turn on the machine. This is a turn on the machine and connect the receive command input control with the accept and connect data to each other at an all time. Wait for the first command to take off. Then wait the command to fly, auto or manual, we can choosing. Then check the pump and find the pump, checking if autopilot or not. It will take command from the remote. When spraying, check the liquid. When the spraying, I mean that In the system, check the reagent tank. If there is a liquid in the tank, it will order to fry. According to condition of the autopilot during the fry, we'll check the liquid as well. If it is lower than the spec time, we create for 35 to 40 liters, you will notify and fly back to the start point. But if it shut down command, it will end off the work and go back to the same point. The next topic, we talk about the identifying coconut inflorescence location. We use the image enhancing. The original in the image obtained, this is the original, the obtained from the camera. Then the enhance increase the brightness. Yeah, the brightness with the histogram value by running from the left to the right. And the next one, we talk about the image filter. The Lampition is an image filter method. There are two types of the filter. We have the 4 pixel and 8 pixel to make it faster. The largest data filter at make for the edge pixel is better. And the next topic, we talk about the image registration. The registration, they have the matching brightness image to map together to get the cleanness picture. In the event that the image is not suitable or is not clear, the program will wait until the coconut chance is clearly visible. The Sobel operator create a scale to reduce the size of the data. The reason is analyze faster, and then to Sobel operator just take the edge of the image, and we will take the position to apparize the position in section. And then when the figure
we have 1 minute to the end of your presentation.
Okay, then when the picture is obtained, it will traversing the coconut and set the center of the spray and they spray in the drone, right? Okay. That is show for the experiment and the results. We have two types for the experiment. The just one is a comprehensive spraying test. It's set for here, yes, in this way to test. And another one, the experiment by locating coconut in inflorescence. You see, they take a long time because they have the drone been around around here and focus on the insect inside, and we shooting. Okay, and that is the experiment we have at จังหวัดประจวบคีรีขันธ์ the southern of Thailand. So the testing result is coming here. We have the separate for 3 size of the colon of the canopy size. Size M is less than 7 meters. Size M is 7 to 7.5, and the last one is L is more than 7.5 meters. Yes, that is show for the results of the experiment. And the last one is conclusion. This research developed a prototype of agricultural spray drone to control coconut insect pests by spraying directly on the top of the coconut. Yes, focusing on the development spray system close to the coconut. As a result of this research. Sorry. As a result of this research. The spraying reduced the quantity of chemistry used mean diaz cost, reduce the risk of the direct chemistry, and increase the efficient coconut pest control. So we hope that is the appendix for all of you. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
You're just in time, not maybe 1 minute later, but it was interesting. Thanks. Any questions maybe from auditories? I think the presentation was very clean, very clear, and we know that it's a very important problem to use this drone, this new technology of drone, to prepare the right production of foods, because it's not only in your country problem, because it's all in the world the same problem we have in different regions. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Yes, thank you.
And another next presentation will be by Abdul Kumal Madumad, development of an Internet of Things based fish feeding robot prototype with a water level monitoring system for pond use. Please, your time.
Okay, thank you to the chair. Okay. Okay, can you see my slides?
Yes, but try to put on the full screen.
Okay, already full screen.
Yes, yes, okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, my name is Abdul Qadir Muhammad, and with co-author Dr. Dermawan. We are from Center for Mechatronics and Control System in Mechanical Engineering Department, State Polytechnic of Ujung Pandang in Indonesia. Okay, background of the research. In Indonesia, especially, feeding fish is very crucial and important because affect the amount of feed consumed and feed efficiency and also health of fish. Currently, fish feeding process is manually, so that not effective because the distribution of fish is uneven and sometimes not on time. And then in rural area, that's now so many good internet, especially in Indonesia. Monitoring of water level of pond is another important thing. Sometimes the water level rises after heavy rain, which is if handled too late, can cause the pond to overflow. Therefore, an automatic system is a solution to feed fish in ponds and to monitor water level of the pond online. So therefore, the purpose of this research is to develop an Internet of Things-based fish feeding robot prototype that equipped with a water level monitoring system for pond use. In the graph, you can see the three model of the robot prototype. We have feed storage tank equipped with feed level monitoring system, and also we have feed distribution mechanism, and then feed ejection mechanism and ejector position turning mechanism. So there are three important main mechanism in the robots. And then this is the graph show the water level monitoring system. In the water level monitoring system, we have level sensor, we have core and tube. And then this is the experimental robot that we developed in this research. Now I will present about the configuration of control and monitoring system. For energy source, we have solar panel and then solar charge controller, and the power is saved in battery. And then we have relay and also 3 motor drivers, and then also 3 DC motors to control, to derive the 3 mechanisms. And for controller, we have ESP33 module, and then we control or we load some program to the module. We have smartphone, and also to monitor the robot with the water level monitoring system, or also feed level monitoring system. We use smartphone, and you can see that we have control command, and then electric power, and then data, and also measurement of level line. So experiments. The experiment goal was to examine the performance of the robot in terms of mass of ejected feed, feed throw distance, and online monitoring system. So we have 2 main experiments. The first experiment was conducted to examine the performance of the robot in terms of mass of ejected feed. And then the second experiment was conducted to examine the performance of the robot in terms of feed throw distance, level of feed in the storage tank, level of water, and then also level of battery were monitored through the smartphone by online during the experiments. We in the graph you can see we have 6 sample about the ejected mass, the feed ejected mass, and then from this graph we can see that the feed measure for 10 seconds is constantly, yes, around 180 something grams. And then also feed throw distance, we measure the distance every 10 seconds, and then we found that around 5.7 meters the distance of the feed during the experiment. And then this is a monitoring list result captured from the used smartphone in this experiment. Just show that we have left 7% of feed, and then also the water is around also 7%, and then the batteries left 11-fold. So conclusion, the Internet of Things based fish feeding robot prototype with the water level monitoring system and solar panel system was developed. The monitoring system of feed level in the storage tank, water level, and battery level have been developed and equipped to the robot. Performance of the robot prototype were examined with laboratory scales experiment. The experimental result revealed that the robot can work consistently. Now we are developing control method to not only monitor but also control the level of pond water by online, as well as also developing the information system. And then also this research is being supported by the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, Republic of Indonesia. This research for 3 years start from this year. Thank you. Maybe you have question. That's all my presentation.
Thank you.
Sorry, Marge, maybe from audience we have some question to you.
Okay.
If not, maybe I want question, because it's a very interesting solution, of course, because as you know, we need to control the food for fish, for other plants too. But why you in the same solution, in the same devices, control the level of water? Because I think this is an independent feature. It's we can use the measure of water level from another devices, because it's one level will be in the whole pool, yeah, the whole place where we are feeding the fish. It's not mainly changing by me, mainly changing features, because level is rather stable in the longer time. I think you can build a cheaper device for feeding, and it's progress from it is the possibility of selling when you use this device without water level measure, because we need to measure it in many different methods.
Yes. Okay. In Indonesia, the ponds, because Indonesia is tropical area, so the rain is very heavy sometimes, especially in December, like this month, yeah. and then also the rain season sometimes it's long, sometimes 4 or 5 months. Yeah, so we need to not only to feed the fish, but also to monitor the water in the same time, and then also to make it simple, because ponds sometimes overflow due to the rain. So we need so the farmer need simple device, and then also if we monitor by smartphone, we can directly monitor not only the feed but also the water level of the pond. That is the
Okay,
reason.
thank you for your explanation. It's the
Yes.
local conditions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Maybe other questions? If not, we have a third presentation. Shela Sai will be presenter and establish a quality and process system for portable air conditioner SMAC. I don't like any abbreviation or acronyms in the title of paper because not all, for example, I good understand what idea is of this presentation. Try to use only the normal word because many people are not specialists from your particular subject. It's my small remark to your detail. Please, your time. Shela Sai is here or not? Okay, I can't hear you. In this situation, we make a next step to the next presentation, which will be presenter. Each presenter will be Hardip Signal. Is here? Isn't? And the last one presentation for this day, Vidalin Geronimo is here. No, these three presentations are not will be present on this meeting, and maybe in the other occasion we can have occasion to listen them. And from this situation, I need to end of our session, and we save some time because about 3.5 hours we have late in this conference, and now you are just in time in the schedule of our conference. Thanks so much for these two interesting presentations, and we can go to the next step of our conference. Oh, sorry, because we have a presenter. Sorry, but I can't hear you. Hello. It's not possible to hear you.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Oh yes, now I can hear you. Okay. Sorry, you start your presentation. It will be
Quality and process system for a small volume production of a mobile air conditioner. Good afternoon, everybody. I am presenting the paper on establishing of a quality and process system for a small volume production of a mobile air conditioner. I am Dr. Suresh Akedlap, and Vishwak Pata Reddy and Shesasai are my co-authors. The topic of this presentation is Shreyas mobile air conditioner, which forms the air conditioning of a room by providing an air conditioner which can be moved within the room to a space . Good afternoon, everybody. I am presenting the paper on establishing of a quality and process system for a small volume production of a mobile air conditioner. I am Dr. Suresh Akedlap, and Vishwak Pata Reddy and Shesasai are my co-authors. The topic of this presentation is Shreyas mobile air conditioner, which forms the air conditioning of a room by providing a air conditioner which can be moved within the room to a space where it is required to cool. The objective of this product is not to cool the whole room, but to be very specific area of cooling it should deliver. If the room is a very big room of a, say, chairman of a office, and it requires 5-ton AC, generally the chairman is sitting in his office at one place, and if the place is cooled by only 1.25 ton AC, there is a lot of saving of energy because only the space which is required is cooled. Similarly, this application has different uses, like in areas where we cannot put standard split air conditioner or window air conditioner, a mobile air conditioner will be very useful. This product was developed within the institute, Shreyas Institute of Engineering and Technology in Hyderabad, India, by the students and staff of this company, students of the institute and staff of the company. And this prototype was made and tested in the field, and after approval a pilot batch was made, about 25 numbers were sold. By then COVID has come, and further process could not be sold. Meanwhile, during the COVID time, the time was spent to improve the process using the lean manufacturing techniques. So that is the topic of this presentation. One of the main aspects of lean manufacturing is to control waste because of the defects which will happen. Defects can happen in different forms. They can be because of the input material having defects, or in-process defects, or the final product having defects in packing or transportation. All these defects will cost in the form of waste. So this study studied different parts of wastages and measured, controlled, and established so that a small volume of production can take place. If the volume is very large, it will be automated, and the automation might improve the process capability. Here we are producing maybe 1 to 3 numbers in a day. It's a small handmade volume, so we have to have a proper measurement and control. And in the scientific term, this measurement, define, measure, analyze, improve, and control, is called DMAC, which is part of lean manufacturing and Six Sigma. So the same process is adopted, and we have identified different inspection parts, receiving inspection, in-process inspection, and also the final inspection. And we were controlling all of these areas, and finally we tested the performance at the end of the product completion of assembly, and we obtained the performance as per the quality standards. One of the parts of our air conditioner is heat exchanger, which is in the form of a condenser, which has a 14-inch by 14-inch length and width, and 1 inch. It's a 3-row heat exchanger. Different dimensions like the diagonal length, tube length, finch space, vertical distance, thickness of the support, and total number of condensers inspection. All these are verified. 5 numbers were verified, and they were found okay. So this vendor was approved. Similarly, the evaporator also has a 2-row condenser. It's a 2-row evaporator. It's a 12-inch by 12-inch, and total length is 17 inches. tube diameter is 1.25 centimeters, fin spacing is defined, horizontal distance, vertical distance, thickness of the support, thickness of the condenser, and total number of condensers expected with 5. All the 5 inspected condensers and evaporators, they have adhered to the definition as given by the design, and the vendor was approved for these parts. The next one which we looked at is the frame. We patented all fiberglass parts. The frame and the body are made of fiberglass, glass resin, carbon composites. And the inspection is done first dimensionally, and then the flatness of each surface is measured using a spirit level. And a 3-dimensional spirit level was used so that geometric tolerances were maintained in all these structural parts. And assembly is done using brazing operations. The employees of Akela System and the students of Gas Engineering College jointly learn the skills of brazing, and the 5 numbers of air conditioners were assembled using the brazing, and leak testing was done using soap leak testing. It's a manual leak testing process by giving nitrogen and then testing using soap water. The refrigeration cycle has a circuit, and it has to be tested for the temperature attainment at different parts. So we have used thermocouples and tested the refrigeration cycle adherence. And after the inspection of this in-process is completed, the final assembly is completed and the mobile air conditioner is ready to be delivered. Before delivering, we have tested it in a psychrometric room, and psychrometric estimations were made. And we maintain 30 degrees DBT and 27 degrees WBT the outside, and 26 dBT and 22 WBT in the inside room. Using this outside temperature and inside temperature conditions, all the 5 air conditioners which were assembled were tested. And in the psychrometric room, we'll know the dry bulb temperature of the air, the wet bulb temperature of the air, and the relative humidity, dew point. And our air conditioner, from an ambient temperature shown by the red dot, has come down by the, as shown in the arrow, to the end of the arrow. So there was a decrease in temperature, dry temperature, wet bulb temperature, and also the relative humidity as measured by the psychrometric room in the defined measured outside and inside temperatures. And this will give an estimate of the cooling capacity, power rating, and all the state parameters at the initial stage and at the final stage are measured. And using this method, we'll know what is the heating load, what is the humidifying effect, what is the sensible heat which is taken out, and finally, what is the dry bulb temperature change, wet bulb temperature time change, dew point change, specific humidity change, and enthalpy change. The change in the temperatures obtained, both because of the air conditioner, the blue line shows there is a decrease in the temperature of the room, and the mobile air conditioner itself is in the orange line, which is about 15 degrees centigrade constant, and the room temperature has come down from 30 to 25 degrees centigrade, and the performance at the space where the person is going to be seated, he is comfortable at this 25 degrees centigrade. So this is the testing, and in the output we have obtained our process capability in all the 5 compressors which were tested, and we could qualify
Okay, if I can understand, this was the end of this presentation. Can you hear me? Hello? We have connection together or not? Hello, hello.
Good morning to all. I'm Hardeep Singh, going to present paper on security enhanced forward compatible integrated asynchronous GPON and XGPON using pseudo user scheme. The co-author of this paper is Karanveer Mangal. I was born in Jalandhar, Punjab. I obtained my bachelor's degree in electronics engineering from Punjabi University, Patiala in 1997 and my master's degree in electronics engineering from Punjab University, Chandigarh in 1999. I obtained my PhD degree from Thapar Institute of Engineering and Technology, Patiala in 2007. Presently working as Associate Professor in Electronics and Communication Engineering Department at Thapar Institute of Engineering and Technology. My area of interests are nonlinearity and dispersion in optical fibers, optical networks and communication systems, optical sensors, digital communication systems. I have guided 4 PhDs and more than 75 papers in journals of repute and conference. Karanveer Mangal. He was born in Patiala, Punjab. Recently, he did Master of Engineering in Electronics and Communication Engineering at Thapar Institute of Engineering and Technology, Patiala, under my guidance. Abstract. Security of the proposed passive optical network is increased many folds without any interference with the transmission line by co-transmitting pseudo-users cross-correlation based diagonal double weight codes, making detection obscure at eavesdropper receiver. So keywords of this paper: passive optical networks, diagonal double weight, pseudo-user scheme, continuous wave, X gigabit passive optical networks, optical network unit, single mode fiber, spectral amplitude coding, optical code division, multiple access, optical line terminal bit error rate, downstream, upstream. The introduction. Until today, most of the work has been reported for the improvement of the capacity and transmission rate in PONs. Although data confidentially of available data is major work which needs to be addressed either. Eavesdropping seriously influences the performance of the system and exposes the confidential information of authorized user. In this paper, a novel security enhanced pseudo user scheme against eavesdropping in forward compatible asymmetrical GPON/XGPON is presented, which is less complicated than techniques used earlier. Pseudo-user scheme principle in forward-compatible GPON/XGPON. In order to provide extra security to a system, pseudo-random users are transmitted along with the GPON and XGPON. Hence, it becomes extremely difficult for eavesdropper to get correct information. Therefore, DDW codes are incorporated in the system. Probability of GPON for 0 and 1 is half, and if PUS at same data rate is employed in the system, then total cases become, that is, probability of total is equal to probability of GPON into probability of pseudo user scheme, that becomes equal to 1/4, while the data rate of XGPON is 4 times the data rate of GPON. So the total number of cases at which ones and zeros occur at the same time is 1/16. So thus for XGPON with PUS, the total cases becomes equal to 1/256. Hence, the total number of cases including GPON, XGPON, and PUS becomes 1/1024. Hence, it is very hard for the eavesdropper to grasp correct information. A security enhanced forward compatible GPON/XGPON system is demonstrated under the existence of eavesdropper as shown in this figure. A continuous wave laser at wavelength of 1490 nanometer is incorporated in the system for GPON transmitter. Similarly, a laser at wavelength of 1577 nanometer is employed for XGPON transmitter. Bit streams are generated from pseudo-random bit sequence generator, and multiplied signals are fed to the bidirectional fiber that is clearly shown in this figure. So after transmission over single mode fiber, signals are passed through two optical fibers that GPON and XGPON wavelengths get separated. That is also shown over here. Both the wavelengths are made to fall on the photodetectors, and noise suppression is done with the low pass filters. Decision of quality received and errors are observed from bit error rate analyzer. Wavelengths 1270 nanometer and 1310 nanometer are used for upstream. So at downstream, two pumps at 1240 nanometer and 1206 nanometer are used to give Raman gain to upstream wavelengths. So an upstream decoder with photodetector, low pass filter and 3R generator is employed at the receiver end. That is clearly shown. So for the integration of PGUS scheme with aforementioned system, a spectral amplitude coded OCDMA system is incorporated. One SEC OCDMA user is assigned for GPON and another for XGPON to boost the security of the system, both in OLT and ONU. A system is proposed with DDW codes having cross correlation 1. Results and discussions. Investigation of the proposed system has been done using simulation software OptiWave's OptiSystem TM. Table 1 shows the values of Q factor versus launched power at eavesdropper. And table 2 shows bit error rate with the variation of launched power at the eavesdropper. So readings are observed in with and without pseudo user scheme at eavesdropper's receiver. Obviously, more quality factor and less bit error rate are observed at the eavesdropper in the system where PUS is not used. PUS means pseudo user scheme. This is due to the less scrambling of the data because no false user is there to minimize the probability of detection for the unauthorized user. So, however, less Q factor and more bit error rate are seen at the eavesdropper when PUS is included. Significantly, with increase in the input power of the authentic users, probability of code word detection at eavesdropper decoder increases. Presence of pseudo users does not compromise with the quality of the signal received by the authentic user. Therefore, for enhanced security, PUS should be included in the system. The conclusions. In this paper, an integrated novel security enhanced forward compatible GPON/XGPON is presented with pseudo random scheme to resolve the network breaking issue because of the eavesdropping. The presence of pseudo user with false wavelength makes deciphering the information bits tedious for eavesdropper. Thus, proposed system is flexible, security enhanced, and reliable for passive optical network systems. The references used. So this is all about the paper. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks so much for your presentation. It was a film frame presentation only, but now we have the last presenter, and the film will be too, yeah? No, no. The movie will be only, yeah? Okay.
Good day to each every one of you. I am about to present to you my research study. I am Bidalin C. Geronimo, an instructor of Bicol State College of Applied Sciences and Technology, Naga City, Philippines. My study entitled Intelligent Weapons Monitoring System or IWFMS. Throughout the 21st century, modern technologies as well as people's awareness of preventions and improvement of preventive measure in a variety of security technologies have emerged. Among them, perimeter security with a variety of cable-style perimeter to provide security was discovered. With the advent of modern technologies, new innovations can be more advanced, One significant breakthrough in making more advanced innovations is the use of a monitoring system. Growing concerns over safety in some important areas, such as airports, farms, private companies, and factories, have led people to consider the implementation of new, more stringent security measures through the use of fencing to bolster perimeter security. The ever-growing risk of crime, disorder, and victimization in our country are very alarming. It's high time to consider the safety and security of individuals. In Europe, closed-circuit television or CCTV is viewed as an essential part of daily life. CCTV is used to monitor crime, suspicious behavior, and accidents. The 6 capitals of European nations showed that 29% of them use CCTV, most common in areas associated with transportation and government. According to the survey, Europeans cited reason for using CCTV. 86% of CCTV users cite the deterrence of theft, and 39% cite deterrence of violence. In the Philippines, national or local, the most common security monitoring device is also CCTV. CCTV is commonly applied in areas that may need monitoring such as airports, farms, private companies, and factories. This device can deter crime, monitor the scenarios and activities, and gather evidence. This enables the users to record the footage for later viewing, help snitch criminals, and receive justice from the law. Using CCTV is a great help to know the intruder's identity or to monitor the illegal activities. However, crime cannot be stopped when it is in progress, and CCTV does not alert the neighbors or the police like an alarm system would. This means that using CCTV will incur losses when victims run to the court and make insurance claim. The objectives of my study: first, develop an intelligent warfare monitoring system. Second, to determine at what condition will the alarm be activated. Third, test the efficiency of the device along its sensitivity, sounding of alarm, and voltage injected in the warfans. The researcher utilized both the descriptive and product development method. It was tested and described the efficiency and the internal consistency of the device. The product and development method was also utilized to describe the step-by-step process made during the development of the device. The step-by-step process: first, planning and designing. In planning, it involves determining the course to be undertaken in completing the project study. This stage is for gathering of data or information. Also, this stage included making the schematic and block diagram and designing the layout design of PCB. The materials and components used in the development of the prototype were ultrasonic sensor, microcontroller unit, alarm, and control system. Next is the software and hardware development. The construction of sensor conditions of alarm and efficiency in terms of sensitivity and voltage injected in the warpants. Next is the testing and evaluation. The device was tested for its efficiency and internal consistency. Then, finally, the finalization. This is the schematic diagram of Intelligent Warfare Monitoring System. This is the actual PCB layout that serves as guide in the assembly of different circuit boards. There are a lot of categories that should be considered in the design. First, sensors. The sensor is the main part of the system, as it is the one that will detect any possible intrusion in the area. Once the sensor detects any object obstruction, the timer will start and the LED bulb will be energized. This is placed along with the wire pens to monitor intruders in the area. There are various sensors installed in every post, 4 sensors with different positions in each post with a distance of at least 1.5 meters in order to capture all the area for possible intruders or any intrusions in the area. So second, alarm and light. The alarm is a device that signals the occurrence of some undesirable event. This is designed to warn the owners or the neighbors as well to a sense of danger or call to a state of preparedness. When an object is detected by the sensor, the LED bulb will be energized in the vicinity. However, if the object gets out the range, the light will automatically turn off. If the object stayed detected for 10 seconds, the siren will activate the LED bulbs in all posts will automatically turn on. This is the flow of the program of IFERP. Last is the panel board. All detection appeared in the vicinity were monitored in the panel board. It has the control of all the switches. It consists of the following: switch, fuse, voltmeter, output, manual control, reset button, and the LED bulb. So the switch is used to switch on and off the system. Voltmeter measures the applied voltage on the wire fence. Output is the signal that comes out on the system. Manual control, where the voltage can be adjusted manually. Reset button is designed to stop the sound of the alarm. And the LED displays the light. The hardware design of the IFERP. It consists of the servo transformer, motor control circuit, microcontroller, and ultrasonic sensor. A DC power supply is a well-regulated circuit for supplying DC voltage to microcontroller unit, motor control circuit, and ultrasonic sensor. Microcontroller unit is the brain of the circuit. This will process the data gathered by the ultrasonic sensor. It will set the voltage of the fence by controlling the motor position using the motor control circuit, and it will determine whether to start the light and alarm. The AC power source. This is a two-phase power source commonly seen in households. This will be the source of power to be stepped down for regulations. Servo transformer, a variable voltage transformer depending in DC gear position. This will be used to step down AC power source for DC regulation and will serve as a power source for variable voltage fence. Motor control circuit. It is composed of quad half H-bridge drivers used for controlling motor direction and position using microcontroller unit. The direction of motor is controlled by current flow direction. Ultrasonic sensor is a device for measuring the distances using the ultrasonic sound. The distance of object is calculated using the speed of sound. Light and alarm provides light and activates the alarm if the intruders is in the area. Light and alarm is controlled using relay and a transistor which serves as a switch. This is the technical specifications of microcontroller unit. This is the technical specifications of servo transformer. The components and materials used in IFERP are divided into three categories, namely main control circuit, fabrication of wire fence, and alarm and other peripherals. This is the developed prototype of intelligent wire fence monitoring system. For the alarm conditions, when an object is detected by the sensor, the LED bulb will be energized in the vicinity. However, if the object gets out of range, the light will automatically turn off. If the object stays detected for 10 seconds, it means that it has the intention to intrude. Thus, it will activate the siren and the LED bulb in all posts will automatically turn on. The siren will continue to alarm unless the reset button at the panel board is pressed. This table shows that the farthest distance that the sensor has detected an object is 35 inches. The proponent testing the sensitivity of one area only. The sensor detected the proponent, the LED bulb lit, and the voltage of the wire fence is measured by 205 volts. This table shows that in trials 1 to 9, the alarm was not activated, while trials 10 to 15 with 10 seconds and above, the alarm sounded. The table shows the measured voltage in each area. A digital voltmeter was used to measure the applied voltage on the wire fence. The researcher measured a reading of 205 volts when one area was activated. The voltage increases to 230 volts when intrusions was detected in 2 areas. Similarly, when 3 and 4 areas were detected, the voltage measured were 260 volts and 360 volts respectively. For the conclusion, IWFMS is an effective system to deter illegal encroachment and intrusions in the perimeter area, such as the farm and private houses. IWFMS serves as an alarm and defense system as well. And lastly, the variable voltage injected on the wire fence provides the appropriate signal to ward out persistent intruders so as not to have fatal injuries on them. For the recommendation, first, there should be an installed UPS or an interruptible power supply for backup supply during the power interruption. Next, a high-end resolution CCTV must be placed on every corner of the establishment for immediate recognition of intruders. Next, GSM-based intrusion warning to the owner and wireless board for easy operation and less maintenance. Next is to conduct an acceptability study of the system to possible users. That was my developed product, which is Intelligent Wire Fence Monitoring System. Thank you very much.
Okay, I thank for this presentation. This pre-presentation was a movie. Two first was PPT presentations, and as I can see, the last presenter, Mrs. Geronimo, is here, and maybe one question from me to you: which reason was to take your activity of the intelligence fence? You're thinking about the border, about the others places where you can use this type of solutions. Hello? Can you hear me? Mrs. Geronimo is here or not? Okay.
Excuse me, sir.
She's
Geronimo is not here.
okay, no problem.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you that it's to organizer I take my voice, because what I can say, all 5 presentations were presented here. How I said before, 3 presentation was as movie and 2 as PPT presentations. Thanks you all. In that situation, we can finish our second session of scientific papers presentation. Thanks so much.
Okay, valedictory function. I announce the best paper and the best paper presentation awards. The best presentation awards goes to Derek Gilchrist for presenting the paper titled Smart Band for Elderly Fall Detection Using Machine Learning. And the best paper awards goes to Raunak Prasad for presenting the paper titled Infrastructure Evaluation of Affordable Housing Projects Built Under the BSUP's SCREAM, a Case of Lucknow City.
A 8 powiedz. Może ja powiem. Co? No ja. Who will present the final result of this presentation in points? I or organizer? Because organizer has my notation from this presentation too.
I would like to welcome Dr. Marta Zurich Motra, Specialist Department of Control System Institute for Sustainable Technology, Poland, for sharing vote of thanks.
Thank you very much. Sorry, because I am together with Professor Jerzy Szymański in the same room. So I would like to say some words. I'm from Kasiewicz Research Network, so today I would like to thank all organizing committee members of this conference, the keynote speakers, Professor Mogd Arshad, Dr. Sailesh Iyer, Dr. Tamina Admal, Mr. Deepak Shripat Mane, Mr. Sumit Maitra, Dr. Vanda Devi, and also session chairs, Professor Shankar and Professor Jerzy Szymański, and other esteemed scientists who put their effort into organizing the conference and watch over its proper course. Also, authors of papers who would like to share their excellence, outstanding achievements, and research. Once again, we meet in the virtual world, trying to do our best to make this conference a success. Unfortunately, it is very difficult due to the situation that surrounds us, which forces us to stay at homes and made it difficult for contacts and conduct advances scientific research. I am committed to expressing my respect, understanding, and patience. Hopefully, next year, in 2022, we will be able to meet in reality and make this conference even greater and more successful. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be there and enjoy your presence, meet new participants and their interesting research. So let us try to make the best use of this time and do our best to make these meetings as fruitful as possible in the future. So thanks again for everyone for being there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Vote of thanks. Conference successfully hosted its premier international conference on innovative research in science and technology, ICRST 2021, at Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, 27th November 2021. The conference was organized with a focus on engineering and technology, and it was a great success where eminent keynote speakers from various universities addressed the gathering. The generous response and active participation of the organization committee members and editorial board members of ICRST-21, we take the opportunity to thank all the speakers, delegates, and participants for providing their valuable support and time for ICRST-21. Congratulates the BPP awardees for their outstanding performance in the field of their department, appreciates all the participants who put their efforts in poster presentation and young researchers form, and sincerely wishes them success in future endeavors. We'd like to thank the session chairs, Professor Ayu Ravi Sankar and Professor Dr. Hab Engineer Jerzy Szymański for their valuable judgment. On behalf of IFERP 1, heartily thank you all the delegates and students who have contributed to the conference success. Thank you all for participating in our conference. Stay tuned with us for more updates regarding the IFERP conferences. Thank you.
Thank you all. It was a great time.